Sí. Hola. Sí. Ey. Vale. Vale.
Esos dos, ¿no? Sí. Para el principio y ya no voy a entrar nadie más online.
No, y luego mañana tenemos a la mañana temprano la primer ponente es online, ¿vale? Y luego, en teoría hay dos online, pero de los cuales el segundo online, el tercero total del día, tenemos perdido así que es muy posible que la ponencia se haya perdido, porque ni la ponencia ni contacto con él.
Vale, perfecto.
Florencia, ellos tienen ya una escaleta aquí, ¿vale?
¿Perdona? Ah, ¿la tiene?
Sí.
¿Se la acaba de dar tú?
Ya la tienen, no hace, sí.
Vale. ¿Y puedes señalarles?
Sí, señalo quién se conecta.
Los online. ¿Te ha salido todo el documento? El borrador de nuestro interno. Pero bueno, no pasa nada.
Sí, para hacernos una idea de cuándo tenemos que dar paso online, cuándo...
Exacto. No, y eso era
los tiempos.
Y la idea es eso, ¿no? Sería lo más
Pero
claro.
lo de los tiempos ya sabemos que un poco lo que se quiera escribir el ponente y demás, pero para llevar un orden más o menos visual que lo tengamos que estudiar. Y como ya lo tienen más
Eso es también para uno, para ver si no más tiempo, sí.
pues está aprobada el micro de mano. ¿Necesitamos poner los que me has nombrado o no? Todos van a hablar desde el atril o sillas.
Los ponentes, dices.
Sí.
Los ponentes yo me imagino que estarán aquí. Podemos tener uno aquí disponible y uno para público. Y cuando veamos que si hicieron falta dos para público...
Sí, tenemos arriba 4, o sea, que he bajado 2, pero me bajo ahora de que se
Pongamos uno por aquí para que tenga la opción.
Vale.
No lo sé, la verdad, ¿eh?
Ahí tenemos unas jarras, pero sí,
faltan esos jarras
sí,
de
hay que
agua.
poner con el agua.
¿Los vasos y todo dónde están? ¿Lo tenemos que poner nosotros?
No, los tenemos.
Vale.
Tenemos nosotros, pero normalmente solemos
¿En esta
dejar
mesita?
los de reserva ahí, por la parte de atrás. Por eso te digo.
Sí, no, esta mesa todos.
Puedes dejar, no sé cuántas jarras hay.
Pues, no sé, 3 jarras.
Bueno, si yo no puedo dejar ahí
Ahora voy a tirar la escalera y no sé cuántas puntos.
¿Cuántos tenemos? Bueno, ¿en el día dices o para la mañana? Para la mañana aquí tenemos 3. Ya te lo digo.
¿Cuántos ponentes?
Eso es lo que voy a enviarte para darte un número exacto. Pues a la mañana tenemos 6, tenemos 9.
Bueno, si no me los quedo yo y me voy a estar ahí. Si veo que alguien necesita el micro, me acerco rápido, si me avisa aquí abajo y ya está.
Vale.
Así no quitamos el tiempo.
Vale.
Igual, si hay algo de público, alguna pregunta, yo estoy aquí abierta y me acerco y se lo doy y ya.
Vale. Sí, igual teníamos a alguien previsto para eso, pero está guay.
Vale, sí, no, igual se lo dejo el micrófono así ya.
Hola.
Buenas.
Él está sin micrófono. Ahí, habla ahora, dice.
Vale, perdón. ¿El puntero, el laser point, funciona aquí? En principio es esto, pero no...
Eso no me... ¿Ves? Qué guay que viniste porque yo me había... ¿Ah? Bueno, sí, la deposición.
Sí, pues sí.
Ya, pero
Hola, ¿me escucháis?
señalar algo si quieren. No, ¿ah? No te escuchamos. Si tienes un micrófono tú.
Sí.
Sí, sí tiene que funcionar. No, a no ser que lo hayáis apagado.
¿Cuál es el botón?
El botón de abajo,
¿O el del
El de abajo es para pasar para adelante.
Sí, ya sé, no, por eso. ¿Cuál es el botón que hace, que señala algo?
el laser point, el
Ah,
puntero.
no tiene, no tiene.
Ostras, en la pantalla no se ve.
Aquí está.
Es que es un video wall, no es una pantalla como tal, entonces no se va a ver, es como una televisión.
O sea que no se puede.
No hay forma de señalar entonces, ok.
Desde el propio PowerPoint,
Vale,
si puedes hacer la presentación sentado y prefieres en modo presentación hacerlo así, es que si no, no tenemos otro puntero.
Vale, ok, bueno, nos apañamos.
Vale.
Bueno, para saberlo.
Ya.
No. Y mira, para que sepas, me lo he explicado. Estas son los PowerPoint, ¿vale? Normal, o sea, con modo presentación y tal. Las que son PDF,
Sí, poner la página completa.
claro, eso, control L me dijo. Y va
¿Control?
también L.
Ah, L, vale, sí,
Y,
no,
y
pues,
también me ha dicho que, bueno,
no me acuerdo.
para el puntero como... Bueno, como...
Sí.
Bueno, no lo sabía.
Y
Entonces ya ahí tienes toda la... Perdón, yo te quiero mirar una cosa.
de hecho,
Tú
por
has
eso,
dicho
por eso es que hacia
4,
abajo, es que
el
avanza.
7, claro, bueno, una cosa importante, aquí está abajo para cuando llegue Jorge, la presentación es Jorge falta. Por eso tienes el 12, mira, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, para que sepas que el 16 es Jorge.
Sí.
¿Vale? Eso. Porque es la única presentación que nos está faltando. Bueno, para hoy.
¿Te contestó al final?
Sí.
¿Y qué te dijo?
Mañana, hoy.
Ya, bueno, claro, si todo el mundo
Bueno,
tuviera
pues
que
nada.
ponerla aquí antes del lío.
Tú avísame, yo voy a estar ahí cerquita, por ejemplo.
Está, hay aquí.
Sí, poné puntero.
Poné puntero.
No funciona.
A ver, tráelo.
Trata de ver si el
Por si
tuyo
acaso
funciona.
el tuyo, pero me parece que en realidad es el tema
Es la
de
pantalla,
la pantalla,
sí.
no va...
Vamos a probar.
Tráelo por si acaso. Eso hay que sacarlo ahí, ¿verdad? Eso hay que sacarlo.
Eso es de David, claro.
Bueno, mira, aquí está por carpetas. En la Welcome Table no hay ninguna presentación. El Opening Speech, lo digo para que todos lo sepamos, es el de Martin Flair, que es online. O sea que esta en realidad no se abre porque la abre él y comparte pantalla. Esta es la carpeta de Valeria, ¿vale? Después nos vamos a la comida. Después viene toda la tuya, ¿vale? Y terminamos el día. Y luego las 2 de mañana, ¿ok?
Vale. Lo más lógico es que me quede aquí sentado. Entonces.
Pues está bueno.
Sí, para ayudar a operar aquí y todo, sí.
Está bueno.
Vale, genial. ¿Esta bolsa es tuya, David?
Es la de Chini.
Ah,
Lo
vale.
tengo ahí, porque ya se acreditó, pero no cuando aquello no teníamos.
Vale.
Nada, y yo el pen me lo he llevado, pero bueno, si se porta
Igual hay que
no,
meterlo
para-
más adelante.
¿El qué?
Aparte que aquí hay que tener cuidado de no
Estaba
golpearlo.
ahí, pon un poquito, entonces quizás más adelante. El que, para cuando venga la de Jorge, el que me ha funcionado es este cuarto, ¿vale? Este no. Lo digo para que sepas. Vale, eso. Bueno. Eso tráelo, porque me quedado muy lejos, nos vamos a... Y esto del cine lo que se saca aquí.
Pero esto no lo dejo.
Tendría que venir cada uno. Aparte de la mesa no le vamos a cortar nada, lo vamos a hacer también. Ahora se abre el día. Y además de que...
¿Dónde está el ordenador?
Vale. Es que... Claro, pero no puedo dejar todo el tiempo que estoy aquí.
Ponte tranquilo, eso es lo que te decía.
Es
Si
que
te quedas- ¿Ah?
necesito un punto de conexión para mi ordenador, pero mi batería es una porquería.
Ah, aquí, uf.
No, ahí.
¿Y no hay
Voy a
otro?
preguntarle a ellos si puedo desconectar algo de allí. Yo tengo una regleta aparte.
Vale, pues vamos a ir a la presentación. Vamos conmigo y ponte ahora pasa y trata de señalar algo. Cuando estuvieras hablando.
¿Se ve?
Ah, bueno, es que no lo estamos viendo ahí. Ernesto, a ver. Ernesto, perdona. ¿Podrías proyectar? Queremos probar el nuevo puntero que tenemos. Ahí, a ver si ahora tú.
¿Pero qué quieres? ¿Que
Que
apunte a la pantalla?
claro, lo que queremos ver no es el láser. Lo que queremos ver es si tú tuvieras que señalar algo en una foto. Claro, no, es la pantalla, listo. No te preocupes entonces. Guárdalo como backup, pero que usen este. Vale, era... queríamos ver
Bueno, si pasaba lo mismo en los
la
dos.
pantalla, digamos, no son los punteros, es la pantalla que no te
¿Dónde está el
queda.
otro aparatillo? Mira, a ver.
Este es el del
Sí,
ministerio.
espera. ¿Y el USB? Lo tenéis que volver
Se
a
ha
poner.
puesto-
Ah,
se
que
ha
habéis puesto
puesto.
los dos. Vale. Sí, que está puesto. No, pensé que habéis sustituido. Ese le pasa lo mismo.
Dame que lo vamos a volver a probar, por si acaso.
Pero va adelante y atrás.
Sí.
Sí, solo que va, es al revés. Este baja, o sea, este avanza.
No, para abajo avanza, sí. ¿no?
Azul.
Vale.
Bueno, ya va a empezar a llegar la gente, porque mira, para que llegamos pronto.
¿Para qué?
Sí.
Ah, vale, lo siento. Lo que digo que Antonio dijo...
Ernesto.
Vamos a las 8.
¿Puedo tener un punto más de conexión aquí abajo en la mesa? Para enchufar.
Espera, ahora. Un punto de red, dices.
No, de enchufe, de corriente.
Eh,
Yo tengo mi propia regleta. Y
¿Sí?
aquí hay 3, pero están conectados y no quiero desconectar nada sin pedir permiso.
en principio no,
En principio no.
pero déjame preguntarlo.
Vale, guay. Es que mi ordenador tiene la pila de 3 minutos nada más.
Vale, pero lo que no podemos hacer es poner tu ordenador conectado a la pantalla.
No, es para mí. Es para tomar mis notas y para tener todo lo que tengo yo registrado.
Vale, en esa caja no, tendría que ser en la del fondo.
En la del fondo.
En esa sí.
Claro, porque este es el ordenador de las presentaciones.
Vale.
Si tú te pones aquí con el ordenador es medio lío.
Claro.
Porque el ponente está aquí,
Claro.
está viendo ahí.
Vale, bueno, vale, perfecto, porque así obligo que si el ponente quiere usar el ratón, que lo use desde aquí para señalar. Guay, y me pongo ya en aquel extremo.
Sí. Ahora te abro la caja esa.
Vale, guay, gracias.
Claro, ahora me he dado cuenta, no, de este lado es muy complicado.
No sé cuándo llevan hechos y no saben. Entiendo, macho. Es como si yo vengo aquí un día y digo, ¿cómo tengo que poner la cámara de trabajo? Macho, no sé.
Dice, no, ya lo llevas ira de prensa. Digo, vale.
Sí, me parece que cada día viene uno nuevo, no lo saben. Aquí te he puesto los 6 primeros, te pongo los 6, que son 12, y los otros 3, que los he metido aquí, en esta mesita de extra, para que no esté todo amontonado.
Aquí ya estos ya son para cambiarlo.
La copita con la jarrita y la pones. Y luego lo he usado para que no se os mezcle, pues tienes emisiones aquí al lado.
Ah, lo que esté usando.
Vale.
Aquí que deja lo que esté usando.
Sitio.
Hola, ya. ¿Puedes cargar una presentación, porfa, en el ordenador? Es que si no se va a bloquear. Deja cargado algo y yo no lo dejo pinchado y ya está. Eso es la que sea. Muchas gracias.
Nada.
ojalá. Pues nada, mira, a ver. Vamos a cambiarlo el tema.
Hello, good morning.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, hello, Sara. Yes, I can hear you.
Hello.
Good morning.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Okay, very good, very good.
Ey. Ey, sí, hola, 1, 2, 3. Ey, sí, probando traducción. Ey, sí, hola, 1, 2, 3. Ey, sí, hola, 1, 2, 3. Probando traducción. Ey, sí. Vale, nada.
Eduardo ya se van a ir a sentar a la mesa.
Lo hago esto después del coffee break.
No, no, no. Hola, buenos días. Buenos días a todos. Vamos a comenzar en un par de minutos. Quien necesite traducción de español a inglés o de inglés a español, estamos entregando los aparatitos por allí. Luego. El evento va a ser en los dos idiomas, ¿vale? Un poco indistintamente. Algunos ponentes y algunas personas hablan en inglés, otras en español. Entonces, quien necesite asistencia con la traducción a uno u otro idioma, allí están entregando los aparatitos para la traducción. I'm saying that if you need the translation devices, they're being given over there.
Hello, good morning, buenos días. First, I would like to address in English all our colleagues who have come from other countries. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all to this take-off meeting, gathering brilliant and passionate professionals devoted for the biodiversity and wetlands conservation. We are honored by your presence and excited for the journey of knowledge, collaboration, and inspiration that lies ahead. Thank you for being here. We hope that you enjoy your stay in Madrid, and let's make this Congress an impactful experience for all. Arrancamos hoy en Madrid este evento de lanzamiento de Live awom, que tiene este nombre tan sexy, Aquatic Warbles on the Move, cuyo objetivo es coordinar esfuerzos para mejorar el estado de conservación del carricerín cejudo, el paseriforme más amenazado de Europa continental. Este proyecto actuará sobre más de 15 enclaves prioritarios, muchos de ellos incluidos en la Red Natura 2000, mediante restauración ecológica, monitoreo científico, formación técnica y coordinación política. Por este motivo, este evento se celebra precisamente coincidiendo con el Día de la Red Natura 2000. Aprovecho para incidir en dos aspectos clave en un contexto de grave riesgo de retroceso en las políticas medioambientales. Este proyecto es un ejemplo más que refleja cómo, ante esta amenaza, es fundamental crear más Europa. La cooperación entre países y ONGs generando estructuras supranacionales, como es el caso de Wetlands International Europe, que ha permitido unir a socios de Bélgica, Francia, Portugal, España y Senegal. Por otra parte, existe una presión cada vez mayor para reducir e incluso eliminar el programa LIFE de la Unión Europea. Desde su creación en 1992, el programa LIFE ha invertido más de 10.000 millones de euros en la cofinanciación de más de 1.500 proyectos en toda la Unión, centrados en la protección del medio ambiente, la biodiversidad y la acción por el clima. En España, más de 1.052 proyectos han sido coordinados por entidades españolas con éxitos tan notorios como la salvación del lince ibérico, el águila imperial o el oso pardo, por no incluir una larga lista de espacios restaurados. Hablamos de 10.000 millones de euros para la conservación de 27 países en 33 años, que es una cuantía ligeramente superior a lo que recibe solamente España durante 2 años de la política agraria comunitaria. Repito, 33 años, 27 países, equivale a la financiación de la PAC solo 2 años para España. Pero bueno, veamos el vaso medio lleno. Significa mucho que hoy nos reunamos más de 100 personas en torno a una pequeña ave, aparentemente insignificante, pero que refleja un esfuerzo para la conservación del medio ambiente como bien común. Muchas gracias por estar aquí. Thank you very much. Bien, a continuación quiero presentar a las 2 personas que me acompañan hoy en esta mesa. Por una parte, quiero agradecer la presencia de Chris Baker. Chris es el director actual de Wetlands International Europe. Ha estado involucrado en la ciencia y en la conservación de humedales desde la universidad, desde su época universitaria. Comenzó con Wetlands International ayudando a desarrollar un importante proyecto llamado Wings Over Wetlands. Luego supervisó la cartera de proyectos de la organización en Europa del Este y Central y posteriormente se convirtió en el líder global del programa de agua dulce. Durante los 2 últimos años ha sido el director de la Asociación Europea de Wetlands International y bueno, está muy emocionado por volver a trabajar con el tema de las rutas migratorias. Chris, thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Eduardo, and thanks very much to the Spanish Ministry of Environment for kindly hosting us today on Natura 2000 Day. And thanks especially to Fondation Global Nature, the whole team scattered through the room for organising such a great launch event for this important project. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to start by being a bit grim. Europe's wetlands and their biodiversity, despite the investments that Eduardo spoke of, are still in crisis. Over the past 300 years, you can point to a 50% loss of our wetlands, but even some countries it goes as high as 90%. And whilst rates in some places have become a little less extreme, we're still faced with a real wetland and biodiversity crisis. Even our protected areas are reported to be around 80% in poor condition. But wetlands are planetary superheroes, not just for the unique and fantastic biodiversity they support, but for the water they store for us, the carbon they detain, and for the services they provide that make us more resilient to climate and environmental change. So losing them isn't simply a question of losing the species that we love and appreciate, but also it's the natural infrastructure that keeps us safe in times of change. Of course, restoring wetlands is not a simple task, and when you turn to migratory water birds, it's maybe one of the most challenging ones, because you're not just speaking of working within a site with a limited number of stakeholders, you're talking about multiple sites which the birds use to move along, and in multiple countries, and even across continents sometimes. So it's a massive challenge if you really want to conserve and recover a species along its entire flyway route. It means convening governments, stakeholders, NGOs, expertise across the whole of the flyway. My own organisation, Wetlands International, has really been involved in striving to make this succeed for a long time now. It's really part of our DNA since we were established originally, I suppose, something like 60 years ago. So that we're now here to really launch an ambitious and exciting new initiative on aquatic wildlife, I think, is something really to celebrate and really be proud of. Maybe, as you hinted, Eduardo, the aquatic warbler is not everyone's idea of a flagship. It's a little brown thingy, as some people call it, and maybe not instantly recognizable and charismatic to the general public, but when you know its story and you know what it does with its life, it's quite an amazing animal, actually. I mean, something 10 to 15 grams that travels 12,000 kilometers there and back from the Baltic states to West Africa every year. You couldn't imagine it if it wasn't there. So I think in many ways, in a perverse way, it is a perfect flagship for flyway conservation. It's so perversely incredibly ambitious in what it does and what it achieves that we should celebrate that. It's a unique and special species. And because of that, it's a great flagship. And because of that, it's a great beacon from creating solidarity and joined-up conservation along a flyway. And you can see that by the number of experts involved who are here today. I want to, whilst I have the chance, also thank and recognize the vision and the drive of Fondation Global Nature. This particular initiative really started, I think, with some members of staff of the organization with a comparatively small project. They've grown it into something at a national level, and then saw the need and the ambition to really start to talk at flyway level. And then they started to talk to a wider group of partners, including ourselves, I think in December 2022, before I was taking this role. And so it's really an expansion of Fondation Global Nature's Life Paludicola project. The awom project, Aquatic Warbler on the Move, is really then taking it to an international level. And we, Wetlands International, have been delighted to support and facilitate its realization, and now to help the partners implement what I hope will be a great project. Wetlands International Europe is an association of NGOs. We advocate for ambitious EU policy, but we also aim to facilitate action on the ground, and that's where the awom project really fits in. We have members in here such as Fondation Global Nature working with us, but also Natuurpunt, Nature de Vala. We have our own office in Senegal, the West Africa Coastal Office. We have long-standing partners from other network organizations like BirdLife, research stakeholders and institutions that we work with, and local NGOs. In Spain, we have a Catalan Ornithological Institute, we have the Doñana Biological Station, and the Fundación Migres, all cooperating in this huge project. And it's not just the Aquatic Warbler on the Move, because it has a sister project. We're dealing with the post-nuptial phase of the Aquatic Warbler's life, but the Life for Aquatic Warbler project deals with it in its northern territories. And that makes this really the biggest EU life-funded program on migratory water birds ever. Collectively, 10 countries and an investment from the EU of 26 million euros. I think this is substantial. It doesn't happen every day. We really have to capitalize on the investment, both for the future of the aquatic warbler itself, but the spin-off of the conservation and the restoration of the habitats and wetlands that it depends upon, the sedge marshes. This project will help us to work in about 19 different sites across the flyway, but this will just not be enough. It's not enough to maintain the entire population, so we'll really try to catalyze, for instance, implementation of the nature restoration law to restore additional sites across the range countries. We'll also look to try and stimulate the protection of additional sites as special protected areas which are not yet protected, and try and encourage range states to implement their aquatic warbler action plans. So finally, just to echo back on Eduardo's words, I'd like to reinforce what he says. Life is super important. These types of projects don't happen easily. They're a really challenging endeavor, and you need a finance mechanism backed by a regional vision, the EU vision, to really make them happen. And if we don't maintain this type of financing, it's hard to make these projects happen at all, I think. So we should really look to the future and think how we can influence the discussion going forward. So thank you for the chance to speak.
Thank you very much, Chris. Pasamos a presentar ahora a Borja Heredia. Borja Heredia es jefe de área de fauna terrestre en la Subdirección General de Biodiversidad Terrestre y Marina del Ministerio para la Transición Ecológica y el Reto Demográfico. Es doctor en Ciencias Biológicas y durante su vida profesional ha trabajado en la Administración Pública Española en temas relacionados con la conservación de especies amenazadas. Entre 1990 y 1993 trabajó para BirdLife International en Cambridge, elaborando planes de acción para las especies globalmente amenazadas en Europa. Entre 2010 y 2018 ha sido jefe de la unidad de aves en la Secretaría del Convenio para la Conservación de Especies Migratorias, con sede en Bonn, y actualmente es jefe de área de fauna terrestre en la Subdirección General. Quiero aprovechar para agradecer no solamente el papel de Borja, sino de todos los técnicos, tanto del Ministerio como de las comunidades autónomas, que han sido la base de la ayuda y de la continuidad de nuestros proyectos. Los políticos pasan, los políticos cambian, pero los técnicos han sido realmente ese hilo conductor de todos nuestros proyectos. Y entre ellos, pues, quiero agradecerle a Borja o a María Magdalena, alias Chini, que anda por ahí, que es responsable de humedales aquí en el Ministerio y que para nosotros ha sido un pilar, bueno, es el pilar de los humedales en el Ministerio. ¿De acuerdo? Pues muchas gracias a todos los técnicos. Borja, por favor.
Muchas gracias, Eduardo. Buenos días a todos y a todas. Bueno, es un placer realmente celebrar esta reunión sobre el proyecto LIFE del carricerín cejudo aquí, en la sede del Ministerio para la Transición Ecológica y el Reto Demográfico. Desde el punto de vista del Ministerio, el carricerín cejudo es una especie muy importante. Es una especie que está muy amenazada en Europa, que ha tenido un declive muy acusado, en torno al 95%, está considerada en peligro de extinción y en la legislación española es una especie que está incluida en el listado de especies en régimen de protección especial, o sea, se trata de una especie protegida, aunque todavía no está oficialmente catalogada como amenazada. Se trata de una especie única, porque, bueno, pues en el mundo de los paseriformes, de los pequeños pájaros, pues es una especie realmente singular que tiene unas exigencias del hábitat, muy especiales, que vive en zonas húmedas pero con vegetación muy baja, pastizales, prados húmedos, etcétera, etcétera. Y digamos que estas exigencias de hábitat hace que a menudo sea necesario aplicar medidas de gestión del hábitat para que la vegetación no crezca demasiado y el lugar se convierta en inhabitable para el carricerín. Es una especie única también, aparte de sus características de hábitat, porque es una especie altamente migratoria, que cada año hace un viaje de 6.000 kilómetros entre las zonas de cría en Europa central y el África subsahariana, y que durante este periodo, pues durante esta migración, necesita de lugares donde parar para descansar y para alimentarse. Y esto hace que el proyecto que hoy estamos lanzando aquí, el proyecto LIFE awom, sea tan relevante desde el punto de vista de que adopta toda la ruta migratoria como objetivo de conservación. O sea, no solo se trabaja en las zonas de cría, sino que también se trabaja en las zonas de parada a lo largo de la ruta migratoria y en las zonas de invernada en África. Justamente, como siempre nos ocurre, es precisamente en África donde estamos más atrasados en el conocimiento de esta especie y donde es muy importante poner el foco y hacer actuaciones concretas, como las actuaciones que este proyecto prevé desarrollar en Senegal, con la creación de un área protegida y un área manejada para el beneficio del carricerín cejudo. Creo que eso es una característica importantísima de este proyecto, ese enfoque holístico de ruta migratoria. El reglamento LIFE también está financiando otro gran proyecto carricerín cejudo en Europa central para las zonas de cría, con lo cual en este momento se están desarrollando actividades a lo largo de toda la ruta de este pequeño paseriforme, que podemos considerar una especie bandera para los humedales, ¿no? Los organizadores de este proyecto han hecho un verdadero esfuerzo para incluir a organizaciones muy relevantes que tienen que ver con los puntos de parada del carricerín cejudo, y en ese sentido pues, han podido reunir a 5 países para desarrollar este proyecto. En España están involucradas 3 comunidades autónomas, Comunidad Valenciana, Castilla-La Mancha y Castilla-León. Existen varios ayuntamientos que están participando también en el proyecto, como Peñíscola, Torreblanca, Nules. O sea, un verdadero esfuerzo para incorporar administraciones y también ONGs y centros de investigación como puede ser la Estación Biológica de Doñana, el Grupo Catalán de Ornitología. O sea, realmente una participación muy, muy importante de diferentes actores en este proyecto, ¿no? En realidad, esto es la continuación de otro proyecto LIFE, el LIFE Paludícola, con lo cual los organizadores de este proyecto tienen ya una experiencia muy buena en la ejecución de proyectos LIFE y probablemente gracias a eso han podido conseguir que se les conceda este nuevo proyecto, ¿no? La conservación la ejecución de este proyecto LIFE va a tener efectos muy positivos, no solo para el carricerín cejudo, sino para todas las zonas húmedas por las que migra esta especie, y va a tener también consecuencias muy positivas para otras especies que viven en las zonas húmedas, y en concreto me gustaría mencionar el escribano palustre, que es otro pequeño paseriforme que está también gravemente amenazado y que sin duda se va a beneficiar de todas estas acciones de conservación, ¿no? La verdad es que es una gran satisfacción ver que todo este trabajo continúa. Digamos que la primera piedra fundacional de todo este proyecto data del año 1992, cuando se aprobó el primer plan de acción, o sea, BirdLife Internacional aprobó el primer plan de acción para el carricerín cejudo, que se elaboró en el transcurso de un taller de trabajo en una localidad de Polonia, donde, digamos, esta especie es todavía abundante, organizado por Jaroslav Krowlech, que está por aquí. Y digamos que a partir de ese primer plan de acción pues se desencadenó toda una serie de actividades y se despertó un poco la conciencia de que esta es una especie con la que hay que trabajar de manera continua por su vulnerabilidad, ¿no? Y bueno, pues no me voy a extender mucho más, quizás también añadir que aparte este plan de acción que se elaboró en el año 92 ha ido evolucionando, ahora es mucho más completo y es un poco también pues, la hoja de ruta que permite establecer y saber cuáles son las prioridades de conservación, ¿no? Este plan de acción lo gestiona BirdLife Internacional. Y a nivel un poco más institucional, pues quizá mencionar también que en el marco de la Convención de Especies Migratorias, del Convenio de Bonn, existe un memorando de entendimiento para la conservación del carricerín cejudo. Es decir, este convenio dice que para las especies incluidas en el apéndice 2 se deben de elaborar este tipo de herramientas, de instrumentos de cooperación para que los países puedan discutir y ejecutar proyectos de conservación. Y, por lo tanto, existe también este memorando de entendimiento para el carricerín cejudo, lo que facilita mucho la cooperación, la necesaria cooperación internacional para esta especie. Y bueno, yo creo que la agenda que han organizado, o sea, que han montado los organizadores, pues es realmente atractiva, es muy interesante. Yo creo que estos 2 días van a ser una oportunidad muy buena para poner al día la situación y el estado de conocimiento de esta especie y también, por supuesto, para interactuar entre los diferentes socios y personas que están participando en el proyecto. Así que, por parte del Ministerio, pues nada más, agradecerles la presencia, agradecer a los organizadores, a Wetlands International, Fundación Global Nature, todo el trabajo para llegar hasta aquí, y desear que este proyecto sea un grandísimo éxito y que, desde luego, contribuya a mejorar el estado de conservación de esta especie. Y nada, pues que disfruten mucho de su estancia en Madrid y que tengamos oportunidad de charlar de todos estos temas. Nada, muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Borja. Antes de pasar a la siguiente persona que nos acompaña, quería recalcar que la coordinación del proyecto no es nuestra, no es de Fundación Global Nature, sino de Wetlands International Europe. Se coordina desde la Secretaría en Bruselas y a todo el equipo de la Secretaría y a Chris les quiero agradecer el esfuerzo que supone coordinar un proyecto de este tipo. También recordar que estamos en streaming, que hay muchos participantes que no están aquí hoy presencialmente. Y precisamente nos acompaña también Telma Branco Bunch, que entra online y es oficial de políticas en la Dirección General de Medio Ambiente de la Comisión Europea. Telma tiene una maestría en Administración Pública y un título en Relaciones Internacionales y ha trabajado en políticas ambientales europeas y multilaterales durante más de 20 años. Se unió a la Unidad de Conservación de la Naturaleza de la Dirección General de Medio Ambiente de la Comisión Europea como oficial de políticas en enero de 2025 y entre el 18 y el 24 fue agente de medio ambiente en la representación permanente de Portugal ante la Unión Europea, siendo responsable, entre otras cosas, de la negociación del reglamento del actual programa LIFE. Anteriormente fue jefa de la Unidad de Asuntos Europeos en el Ministerio de Medio Ambiente de Portugal y funcionaria superior en el Departamento de Relaciones Internacionales. Telma, muchas gracias por estar hoy aquí con nosotros.
Muchas gracias, Eduardo. I will be speaking in English. Thank you, first of all, to the organizers and to Wetlands International and the 13 project partners from Belgium, France, Spain, Portugal and Senegal for inviting DG Environment to the official launch event of the LIFE project, Aquatic Warblers on the Move, and for providing us the opportunity to say a few words on the broader EU nature policy context. As we have heard already before today, since 1992, the LIFE program has been contributing to the overall objectives of EU nature policy by improving the conservation status of species and habitat types of community importance. LIFE projects have contributed to the implementation of the Habitats and Birds Directive by providing examples of best practice, generating policy-relevant knowledge, data, and by increasing public awareness, engaging citizens, stakeholders, and communities in nature conservation. This LIFE project that we are here launching today builds upon the extensive experience of the LIFE program and in fact in several other LIFE conservation projects aimed at aquatic warbler, the rarest migratory songbird of Europe. Together with the project Life for Aquatic Warbler, it represents the largest coordinated flyaway-wide effort funded by the LIFE program. It is the first multi-country LIFE project focused on protecting these globally threatened species during its staging and wintering periods, covering not less than 19 Natura 2000 staging sites across Europe and one wintering site in Senegal. The project will contribute to the EU biodiversity strategy goal to protect 30% of the EU's land and sea areas by focusing on protecting and restoring habitats critical to the species. It further contributes to the strategy's target of improving or stabilizing the conservation status of at least 30% of the EU protected species by working to improve the status of the aquatic warbler population. In addition, the project will promote cross-border habitat conservation along the species migratory route, addressing also an essential element of the biodiversity strategy, which encourages member states' coordinated efforts, and in this case, going even beyond the EU with the participation of Senegal. Moreover, it will promote engagement with local communities, farmers, and other land managers. The technical report that will be produced as a deliverable of the project, detailing the network of important sites for the species in the EU, can give an important contribution to the implementation of the Habitats Directive and the Nature Restoration Regulation. By providing information on the species, it can assist in the designation of new protected areas and on the integration of habitat management requirements into the national restoration plans required under the Nature Restoration Regulation. And allow me to say a few words precisely on the Nature Restoration Regulation and other policy priorities and highlights for the current and upcoming year in the European context. One of the key priorities of the current mandate of the Commission is the implementation of the European Green Deal and the legislation recently adopted in that context. And in what concerns nature policy, we must highlight, of course, the Nature Restoration Law as a key deliverable. The Nature Restoration Law will help the EU and its member states to meet their international commitments to nature restoration, under the Global Biodiversity Framework. Work is already ongoing, and the Implementing Act setting up the template for the National Restoration Plans was just recently adopted. The Commission is also helping Member States with the development of their national restoration plans that will have to be presented by the 1st of September of 2026, and on the development of guidance materials to help Member States in the implementation of the regulation. This LIFE project will contribute to the Nature Restoration Regulation objectives, as we have heard already from previous speakers, by supporting ecosystem restoration, enhancing biodiversity and connectivity, integrating climate goals, promoting cooperative and informed approaches to ecological restoration. And as I mentioned before as well, the project's results may provide an important input for the national nature restoration plans. But 2025 is also relevant here, as Member States are expected to submit by the 31st of July the 6-year report required under Article 17 of the Habitats Directive and Article 12 of the Birds Directive for the periods 2019 to 2024. Member States must report on the conservation status of habitats and species listed in the nature directives, and this includes data on trends, pressures, threats, and conservation measures implemented. The national reports will also be a major input to the implementation of the Nature Restoration Regulation, as this data will form part of the baseline needed for preparing the national plans and determining restoration needs. And they will also constitute the input for the next State of Nature report that will be published by the Commission in 2026. Last but not least, the Commission's proposal for the next multi-annual financial framework is expected this year also, by mid-July, and it may include specific funding for nature conservation and restoration. Finally, I could not conclude without recalling, as Eduardo also mentioned, that today is Natura 2000 Day. We celebrate today more than 27,000 protected nature areas in the EU, and I kindly invite you to go on the Natura 2000 website and find an event near you. In particular, we invite you to join the Commission's BioBlitz campaign, starting this weekend throughout Europe, by taking part in Natura observation challenges. The BioBlitz is an event where people go out to identify and record as many species as possible in a fun and educational way, bringing people closer to nature while generating useful data about local ecosystems. By downloading the OPS Identify app, that you can find on our website, your observations can contribute to increased knowledge of nature. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you once again for the invitation to DG Environment to take part in this launching event, and I wish you a fruitful meeting, hoping it provides an opportunity to discuss lessons learned from earlier LIFE projects, as well as the objectives expected and the impacts of this new important project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thelma. Muito obrigado. And now we finish this take-off meeting, and we will start the initial session. Muchas gracias por acompañarnos, Borja. Thank you, Chris. And I'm going to, well, pues, te quedas aquí, ¿no? Iniciamos ahora la primera presentación dentro de este evento a cargo de Martín Flade, que nos hablará del estado actual del carnicerín cejudo y sus poblaciones a nivel global con los últimos avances científicos. Martín Flade es presidente del Aquatic Warble Conservation Team de BirdLife International. Ha estudiado planificación del paisaje y ecología del paisaje en la Universidad Técnica de Berlín, donde obtuvo su doctorado en comunidades de aves reproductoras. Martín Flade trabajó desde el 92 en el Instituto Estatal de Brandenburgo para áreas protegidas a gran escala y posteriormente a la Oficina Estatal de Medio Ambiente, donde fue responsable de los principios y la coordinación técnica de las áreas protegidas a gran escala. Desde el 98, Martín Flade ha presidido un grupo de trabajo internacional bajo el paraguas de BirdLife International para la protección del carricerín común, el Sedge Warble, una especie amenazada a nivel mundial y sus hábitats. En 2009, Martín fundó el grupo de trabajo Aves del Paisaje Agrícola de la Sociedad Ornitológica Alemana, en el cual ha estado involucrado efectivamente desde entonces hasta ahora. Actualmente es el presidente del equipo de conservación del rascón acuático. Martín, thank you very much for being here today with us. Martín se conectará también vía online.
So I hope you can hear me. I am starting now my presentation. Hopefully it works. Okay, can you hear me? Can I start? I get no response. Hello? Hello?
Hello, Martin?
Yes?
Hello, we hear you. So you can start whenever you want.
Okay, thank you
Wonderful,
very much.
thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very happy to be able to talk to you today because the next 10 years will be extremely important for the aquatic warbler and its conservation because we have these two life projects which were mentioned already. And I think if we do not succeed to stop the declining trend of aquatic warbler and to save the species and to turn the trend in the next 10 years, I think we will never manage it. So it's a unique opportunity now and a unique challenge. So I will give you an overview on the global situation of the aquatic warbler and latest results of research on migration. And the results, graphs, tables I showed to you are not elaborated by myself personally. These are they are worked out by members of the aquatic warbler conservation team. That's an informal working group of experts, scientists and conservationists working on aquatic warbler and its habitats. And the last physical meeting was in 2018 with 40 people from 12 countries, including Ukraine, Russia, Belarus, Poland, Lithuania, Hungary, and so on, peacefully working together, and also colleagues from Senegal and from Morocco. It was also in course of a former life project. Our mailing list contains at the moment approximately 85 people from more than 20 countries, so all range countries are represented in our mailing list. In 2018, the Aquatic Warbler Conservation Handbook was launched, which represents or collects all information on aquatic warbler up to 2018 in English language. But I will now present you some figures and results, developments after 2018 on the aquatic warbler. This map is, you know, probably this is the global breeding distribution of aquatic warbler, which shows not the population size but the habitat area. And it's not more than 400 square kilometers, so it's a global habitat range. And two of the subpopulations have disappeared since 2010. In Hungary, last breeding was in 2010, and then it's gone for not known reasons or not fully understood reasons. And the Pomeranian population has also almost disappeared until 2023. And last year we had only birds from translocation, from a translocation in Pomerania. So this is a range situation. And here you see the size of the breeding populations in the last 20 years. So I will go through the 4 remaining breeding range countries. First one is the northernmost, is Lithuania. And as you can see, there was a steep decline in the 2000 years. And then a very distinct recovery of the population. And this was due to 2 live projects, Baltic aquatic warbler and Magniducatus acula. I think Igimantas morquinas will tell you at least some things about these 2 live projects. So this is a very good example that live projects work and that they can be very successful. But also in Lithuania we have still problem with habitat degradation, overgrowth by reeds and so on. So there are still conservation measures needed. This is the most important breeding site in Lithuania. This is Alkapolder in 2018, I think. Now I come to the Pomeranian population. You can see a picture of the last remaining breeding site in, this is Rozwarowo in northwest Poland, this is Marek Wilawerski. And you can see that the population is almost gone. And the Life for Aquatic Warbler project was designed to get these peripheral populations back. This is one of the main targets. Humantas will introduce you to this new life project, the brother or sister project. So the population development in Poland was more stable, as you can see. But the last 2 years were not very good because of drought and fires. And also this year will become rather problematic because it's the driest year ever in Vietcha, and we had large fires in early spring. This is Bagnovavki, one of the 3 largest remaining breeding sites with rather stable population. Also Bagnovavki. But there are still serious threats in Poland. So we have still problem of water loss and drying up of habitats. There is still an existing network of drainage ditches in most of the sites. We have the effects of climate change with lower snowfall in winter and lower spring rainfall. We have intensification of agriculture in the surroundings. We have abundant sites which have lost their habitat quality due to cessation of agricultural use, decrease of water level, but we have also sites where early mowing is still a problem, not in the core areas. Now we come to Belarus. Belarus was in the late 90s and 2000 years the country with the largest breeding population of aquatic warbler, but unfortunately we had a steep decline since 2010 approximately due to habitat loss and mainly overgrowing fenmires, overgrowing with bushes and reeds. But we had also a lot of conservation work there and improvement of water management, improvement of habitat management, prescribed burning and so on. This is the most important site in Belarus and probably at the moment or this year also on the world. It's Svanets in southwestern Belarus. This is another site in northernmost breeding site in Servage. Yeah, you see here the population trends in Belarus in some important sites, and it's mentioned here that the declining trends are due to uncontrolled burning and overgrowing and changes in water regime. Now we come to the fourth country, Ukraine. You can see the breeding sites as green dots in central north and in the northwest of Ukraine. And you can see that the population trend was not bad for a long time in the 2000 years and also in the 2010 to 18 years, but in the last years we had also a decline because mainly droughts. So we have now the lowest population level since nearly 20 years due to low rainfall in late winter and spring. And this year was the driest since we have data on weather, and the first year in the whole time without any spring flooding. The other reasons for decline are the same as in Belarus. So this is the Central European population in Desna-Dniepro. As you can see, this development in Supi marshes. The upper picture is in 1998 when we discovered this site together, Germans and Belarusians and Ukrainians. And in the lowest picture shows how it looked like today. So the Pripyat population in the northwest is more stable, and the recent decline is mainly due to unsuitable water conditions. There are some other problems in Ukraine. This is also the pollution of river water through organic substances and mineral fertilizers and so on. Then still changes in the hydrological regime. And very important, especially this year, also uncontrolled burning in very dry years. And we have the problem of cessation of traditional land use. So from all this data, we try to draw a global population trend, and you can see it on this graph. So we think that we have less than 8,000 males actually, and this is a very, very small population for a small passerine. As you can see in this graph, you have 1/3 of the population in average in Belarus, in Ukraine, and Poland, and a small population, increasing population in Lithuania. This is pictures from Bielcha, overgrown with alga, and this is Supi. I showed already a picture. But in course of former life projects, methods of habitat management and use of wet maize have been piloted and successfully tested and implemented. And this is the reason for the stabilization of the population in eastern Poland and in Lithuania. And we collected experiences with use of biomass by briquetting, for instance, and pelleting, as you can see here in northeastern Poland. Now in the final part of my talk, I come back to the stopover sites, and I will especially present you some information and data on the spring migration, because we identified the spring stopover sites as a possible very important bottleneck for the aquatic warbler. To study the annual cycle and the migration, we implemented two geolocator projects, one in 2012-13 was not very successful because of technical problems. And a later project in 2018-19, which was very successful. And we did it with 2 populations in northern Belarus and Lithuania. So we fitted the birds with light level geolocators, 0.36 gram, very small devices from Migrate Technology in UK. And I will know in the next slide, I will show you the whole annual cycle in a nutshell, in a few seconds. And please look especially at the stopovers. So it starts in the breeding site, then you see the longer stopovers in Spain and Portugal, and then in West Africa, and then the collecting in the inner Niger Delta and surrounding, staying there for several months without any move. So they are very stable at the wintering sites. One bird moved one time in Mali, you can see it. And then starts the spring migration non-stop over the Sahara and long stopover in Morocco and northern Algeria and southern Spain. And this is very important because the birds are completely exhausted when they have crossed the Sahara, and even when they have to cross it earlier than they would do because the wintering sites are drying out. And you can see here the mean annual cycle of adult males, of course. In females and juveniles, it looks a little bit different probably, but it's not studied yet. And there you can see that the birds are only 80 days in the breeding sites, approximately 50 days on autumn migration, with short stopovers mainly in France, the adult birds. The juveniles also go more north and more to Belgium and so on. Then long stopover mainly in Spain, then maybe a short stopover in Morocco, Mauritania, and then this long stay in the wintering sites, 184 days on average, up to 220 days in the wintering sites. And then comes this jump over the Sahara in March mainly, and this long stopover in Morocco and Algeria and in Doñana, and then the final jump to the breeding sites. And we had single birds which flew 56 hours non-stop. So that means 3 nights and 2 days non-stop flight over the Sahara. And then they arrive in Northwest Africa, in Morocco, Algeria. You can imagine that these sites are extremely important for the survival of the species and previous to the last jump to the breeding sites. So, 2 birds stayed more than 50 days in Doñana, and we think that were birds which had to leave the wintering sites because they were drying out very early. And then the sites in Algeria, which we cannot study at the moment because it's politically problematic and not feasible to do expeditions there. Maybe Alejandro can manage it somehow, but it will be difficult. And then these many sites in Morocco, and we try to assign the geolocator coordinates with known stopover sites in Morocco, as you can see on the right hand, and then visited these sites last year in March. You can see here the schedule with 14 people from France, from Spain, and Germany and Morocco. And Alejandro, you can see Alejandro and David Migueles also. And it was the first site we visited in Almasira barrage in Atlas Mountains, and it had completely disappeared, as you can see. You can see the mussels on the ground, on the soil. So this was flooded, this was water in 2019. Then we came to the coastal wetlands. It's a typical situation. You have a small, narrow lagoon, then a chain of dunes, and behind the dunes is the Atlantic Sea. In the best case, the habitats look like this, like in Walidia, with such grassy marshes. We tried to catch aquatic warblers there with mist nets, but we had only maximum 2 days per site. It was clearly not enough. But we realized that there's the same development like in southern Spain, that greenhouses are growing into the wetlands, and the water for irrigation is taken from the wetlands for the greenhouses. And it was somehow overwhelming to see this development. And strawberry fields forever, strawberry fields under plastic on huge areas around these coastal wetlands. And in some sites we had no space to put up our camp, only between greenhouses. You see how dramatic the situation is. And there we captured birds, and was very nice field meeting, and everybody learns from everybody. It's always great. This is Mohamed Amesian from Morocco. Many of you will know him because he's a very important partner in Morocco from Crepom, BirdLife Morocco. Yeah, and you see here the surroundings. Irrigation fields. This is Maya Zerga. It's the only site where we found aquatic warbler here, but we have only seen it. We were not able to catch because it was strong wind. It was storm. And this is Lucos marshes in near Larache. It's the largest wetland in Morocco, which is more or less suitable for aquatic warbler. With cladium marshes, like here, and this is a place where Alejandro and colleagues found aquatic warbler this year on their visit in Morocco. The only breeding site of mustache warbler in Africa, so also very important for other species. And this is a newly found site by the French colleagues. It's near Tanga. Looks very nice, but it's very much threatened through buildings and rubbish deposits. And yeah, as you can see here, it's shrinking. So the results are that the number and area of wetlands suitable for aquatic warbler have strongly declined in the past 30 years in Morocco. So currently there are not more than 10 sites along the coast left which seem to be possible. And they are very much at risk due to a lack of rainfall, filling up with building rubble and rubbish, overbuilding, and above all, greenhouses and vegetable and strawberry cultivation under plastic. So when we have been there, we called it Europe Eats African Wetlands. So and we had 3 recommendations which we already submitted to the awom project 1 year ago. Of course, first is lobbying for strict protection of the last remaining wetlands along the coast. Second is that we need a more intense mist netting ringing program over the entire spring migration period in several sites in Morocco, from Wet Massa in the south to Lucos in the north, to really understand the spring migration and stopover schedule in Morocco. And we need more detailed studies, I believe, on Lucos marshes, because they are very different habitat types, and we do not know how important which habitat type is over there. And so it makes it more difficult to protect the stopover habitats there. So partners of the awom project are aware of these problems and these questions and know these sites, and I very much hope that awom can make a good and maybe a bigger contribution to solve these problems and to get these results needed for further work. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin. Well, we are out of time. If you have any question, 1, 2 questions before coffee break, 1 o 2 preguntas antes de la pausa para el café. No questions? Okay, Martin, thank you very much. And now we go for the coffee break until 11 o'clock. So we'll be back in 20 minutes. Okay, thank you. Gracias. En 20 minutos después del café.
No sé si se oye. Sí. Vale, no, para la... Sí, sí, sí.
Sí, ey, uno, dos, tres, sí, ey.
Excuse me? Excuse me, we would like to get started now. So I'll kindly ask you to please, we will start now the second session. So this session of the program, we are going to present to you the Life for Aquatic Warblers on the Move project. So here on the table, you see representatives from all of the partner organizations who are part of the project. So we will start off by the different work packages of this project, and it'll give you a very good overview of what this project aims to achieve and the activities that we plan on doing. So I will start, and then if you have any comments, we can start. Yeah. So okay, I will go ahead and start with the presentation. Okay, so maybe most importantly is that I introduce myself. My name is Valeria Nundela. I am the project manager of the Aquatic Warblers on the Move project. I work for Wetlands International Europe, which is the coordinator of this project. So the goal of my presentation is just to give you a short overview of what the project will be about. The following presentations, following myself, will give you more detail of each specific work package of the project. So I will focus on a general overview. I will start with the LIFE program and its relation to the Aquatic Warblers on the Move project. I will present some very quick facts about our project. I will present the consortium, followed by the project management structure. And then the main part is what problem, what needs does this project address. I will present the objectives and a very quick overview of the work packages of the project. So I think many people here are familiar with the LIFE program, but in case not, and in case we have also the audience watching the live stream, the LIFE program is the EU's funding mechanism for the environment and climate actions. It is divided into two main areas, which are environment and climate action. Within the environment category, there's also the Nature and Biodiversity sub-program, and this is the program that our project falls under. So here in my presentation, you see that I have listed some main priorities for the Nature and Biodiversity sub-program, which one of them is the protection and restoration of Europe's nature in order to halt biodiversity loss. Another priority is to reinforce the Natura 2000 network, which is the backbone of the EU nature conservation. And it just happens, and as was mentioned earlier, that today we're celebrating EU Natura 2000 Day, so it's a perfect occasion to consider this very important initiative. Another priority is the conservation of priority species and habitats that are listed in the Birds and Habitats Directive. Promotion of nature-based solutions for climate adaptation. And lastly, to support projects that are replicable across the EU that can have a high impact on the ground with activities that can later be rolled on to larger scales. So the reason why I thought these were important to mention is because a very intensive evaluation phase of the LIFE program. Essentially, there's many other criteria, but funding goes towards projects that strongly contribute to these priorities listed here. and that can act as models for the future, which can then be upscaled and replicated into other areas, other similar projects. So again, after an intensive phase, because we addressed these important issues, we were able to get the funding, and now we are able to implement this project. Now, some kind of quick facts about the project. It started at the beginning of this year, so the 1st of January 2025, and it ends at the end of 2029. So it's a 60-month project duration. The project location is in Belgium, France, Spain, Portugal, and Senegal. The total budget of this project is 10.1 million euros, but it is only financed up to 75%, which then gives us to 7.5 million euros. As I mentioned, because this project covers 5 countries with a lot of habitat restoration and management activities, it's a large number of sites with diverse settings and diverse situations. So to properly implement the activities that underpin the future conservation of the aquatic warbler, it of course requires all hands on deck and an involvement of 14 partners. So now I will present the consortium. The project consortium is an international team which is made up of national NGOs as well as scientific research partners. As was mentioned, Wetlands International Europe is the project coordinator, as it has a long experience with flyway scale conservation actions, and it also has a vast network of organizations within and beyond Europe. Our national NGOs also have extensive site management experiences, and these include Natuurpunt, which is a Belgian organization. We have Fundación Global Nature, which we are here with them celebrating, based in Spain. We have Association Acola, Maison de l'Estuaire, and the Ornithological Group in Normandy. All of them are based in France. And then we have our scientific partners, starting with the Catalan Ornithological Institute, based in Spain, in Barcelona. We have Universidad de Aveiro, based in Portugal. We have Fundación Migres, and CSIC, which is the Center of Studies based in Spain. We have Prétend Vivant Tour de Valat, based in France. We have a Portuguese Society for the Study of Birds, based in Portugal. And last but not least, we have Wetlands International Africa, who is our partner from Senegal, who is responsible for the activities that will take place in Senegal and other West African countries. So now that I've presented to you the consortium and this very large team effort, the question is, how then are we going to run the project? So here you can see a diagram of the structure of our project management structure, is what I call it. At the top, we have our project steering committee, which is the main body of the project. It entails a representative from each partner organization, and essentially the role is to oversee the project and provide advice, feedback, try to resolve issues together to ensure that there's a delivery, a good delivery of the project actions, and of course within budget. We also invite, as our close collaboration is very important, as part of our committee, we invite a representative from the Aquatic Warbler Conservation Team. We also invite a representative from the Convention of Migratory Species, and we also invite someone from the Life for Aquatic Warbler project, which we like to call our sibling project, and you will hear more about this project later on through today. Under the steering committee, we have our coordination units. So we have a project coordination unit, and this is staff from Wetlands International. And here we deal with the day-to-day activities, project coordination, project management. We communicate with the European Commission on behalf of the project and the consortium, and are just there to answer and offer support to all of our partners. And we have our partners who form our coordination units, and this is just a way for our partners to organize themselves internally. As part of this structure, we also thought it was best to organize it in different task forces. So each task force is led by a lead project partner, and these are also task forces that organize better the work packages of the project. And last but not least, another structure within the project is our national working groups, which include the national project partners and key stakeholders within the respective countries. And essentially the goal of these working groups is to coordinate national political action when it's needed. And we have one in France, in Spain, and in Senegal. So now I'll give you an overview of the consortium, of the team, of our structure. So how are we, why are we all here to run this project? So a question that I raise is what problem or need does this project address? So we already heard a presentation from Dr. Flade. They gave us an overview of the current situation of the species. So with this project, of course, there's many challenges that the species faces, but three main ones that I would like to present here are, you can see them in the slide, and the possible the solutions that we aim to achieve with this project. So as many of you know, the aquatic warbler is a skulking species, which means it tends to stay hidden, so it's very hard to detect. Therefore, a lack of knowledge of key sites hinders the conservation of a comprehensive and coherent site network, and of course this is essential for the survival of the species. We aim to address this challenge by gathering available information, modeling the distribution of the species, conducting gap-filling surveys in North and West Africa, and we complement all of this with advocacy for the protection of the key sites. Another big challenge is, of course, site degradation due to many reasons, such as climate change, abandonment, overgrazing in some areas. So the main focus of the project is habitat restoration activities in 20 sites in 5 countries. And in Senegal specifically, we aim to form a community conservation area. And then the third challenge is that although we are focusing on 20 sites, there are hundreds of sites that, of course, we cannot cover under one life project. So one of the main goals to address the management needs of these very important sites is to replicate the experiences that we gain through this project onto other sites, and to also implement this into national action plans, nature restoration plans, and common agricultural strategic plans. So here, again, I want to emphasize the objectives. I presented the challenges, the solutions that we propose. So these are our project objectives. And I think it's important to highlight them once again, and I think you will hear these objectives throughout our presentations, but it's just important to keep in mind that this is why we are here. So one of the objectives is to, as mentioned before, demonstrate habitat restoration and management techniques. We aim to restore staging and wintering areas. We aim to develop a blueprint for a climate-resilient flyway site network. We aim to promote the designation of new protected areas and integrate the restored sites into national nature restoration plans and the CAP strategic plans. And of course, through our communications and outreach objectives, we also aim to create support and awareness for our project. Here you have a very, very quick overview of the work packages. So it's all the work that we're going to do in this project. I'm not personally going to go into detail. You will hear from my colleagues here who are next to me, and they're going to go more in depth on what these work packages entail. But just a quick overview, work package 1, it's a project management. So that's, again, as I mentioned, the day-to-day activities and governance of the project. A work package 2 is called Site Network, and this is the scientific activities related to the comprehensive flyway site network that we plan to develop. Our work package 3 is our habitat restoration and management work package. So these are all the activities focusing on the restoration management of the staging and wintering habitats. Work package 4 is our communications and outreach work package, and this is all the awareness raising activities, networking, target audiences, our main communications work package. Work package 5 is monitoring and evaluation, and these activities will focus on establishing a connection between measurable and observable presence of habitats and habitat quality. And last but not least, our work package 6 is the sustainability, replication, and exploitation of project results. And this includes updates to the national and international species action plans and developed an afterlife conservation plan. So as I mentioned, I'm not going to go into detail because you will hear more about this from my colleagues. And to conclude, what you see in this slide here, it's not some kind of inspirational quote or anything like that, but I think it's very important to emphasize that the Aquatic Warblers on the Move project is our first multi-country life project aiming to restore the aquatic warbler staging and wintering sites. And for me, personally, I'm very excited to have the opportunity to manage this project, because I know that the people who are involved have been working for many years in the species conservation, and the fact that now everyone has come together to implement this ambitious project is, I think it's very rewarding for all of us, and I would like to conclude my presentation with that. So thank you for your attention, and you can contact me. Here's my contact information if you have any questions or need further information. If there are no questions, I don't know if anyone has a question, we can move on to our next presentation. So no questions. Okay. just 1 minute, please, while we figure this out. Just apologies, just 1 minute.
Ok. Bueno, buenos días a todos. Yo soy Bernat y haré mi presentación en inglés para llegar a todos nuestros compañeros del proyecto y también del proyecto hermano en las zonas de cría. Pero bueno, ya que puedo hablar en español, pues aprovecho para saludaros a todos. And then I switch to English. My name is Bernat. I work for the Catalan Ornithological Institute. I'm the project technician there for this project, awom. And from the institution, we lead Work Package 2, which is basically devoted to the distribution analysis of these species over the migratory flyway and wintering sites. So I will present this presentation called From Belgium to Senegal, Key Site Network for the Aquatic Warbler. Okay, so the base upon which, So the base upon which all of these analyses will support is an exhaustive database on the aquatic warbler, which aims at collecting data on occurrence, biometry, body condition, and movements. And it will encompass 3 different types of data, which are basically field observations, bird ringing, and animal tracking in different styles. So next step, once we have this exhaustive database, which will include contacting many European different ringing stations and using different citizen portals on the internet, we will try to build spatial temporal models of distribution, which, as this example, it will of course include Northern Africa, and this is not for aquatic warbler, this is just to get my meaning across and to give you an idea. What we will do will be producing maps basically that will model the distribution of the species at different time points over the flyway and the wintering sites, so that we can see what are the distribution changes over this time scale. And then, if on top of these maps we add environmental factors, then we will be able to correlate the distribution with, for example, climate factors, habitats, and hydrological features, which will help us a lot to produce this very powerful tool, which is the predictive models of distribution. So these predictive models basically will be these other maps with high resolution that will allow us to see which are the predicted places for high occurrence of the species. And of course, we expect that some of these places have been poorly sampled, so there will be many places that then, for the first time or just with a few indications, we haven't sampled, and we will want to know if they are important sites for the species during the flyway and the wintering sites. So then, to follow up with this question, we will have the gap-filling surveys, which basically is the consequence of these predictive maps, and try to figure out if really there are some staging or wintering aquatic warblers in the predicted places that have been so far poorly sampled. This visit, since time is of the essence and we want to visit many different sites, we have already started these gap-filling surveys, despite not having yet the models. And what we've done is using the data from the geolocator studies that Dr. Flade has presented earlier, so that we have already some time to figure out some of these staging sites mainly in Africa. Although the gap-filling surveys, once the models are done, will also include Europe. So then the gap filling surveys have started this spring, and it's been led by Fundación Migres, and they've taken this route in northern and central Morocco, visiting several sites between the 5th and the 20th of April, and they've been following some protocols for detection of the aquatic warblers with mist nets and song tapes, and also they've been doing point counts and transects to try to locate individuals. And they've been successful in one place, which is in the northernmost stop in Morocco, where they could locate one aquatic warbler. So then once we have all the locations, the database is collected, we have already sampled some of these poorly sampled sites, and we also have some data already from the gap filling surveys. These are the project on the flyway network of stopovers and wintering sites will start, and it will basically assess the relevance of each site with connectivity analysis of these networks of stopovers and wintering sites. And also it will assess the relevance by this other data, biological data that we collected in the database, for example, on body condition, which can be very useful to detect which stopovers are of more importance to the species. So this will also take into account different populations of aquatic warblers. So then maybe we find that different breeding populations use different flyways and wintering sites, maybe, and this will be also a very important thing to take into account then in consequential conservation efforts. And then with this networks analysis, we will also try to assess potential impacts of climate change. So which of these stopover sites and wintering sites are susceptible to be degraded by human activity or climate change in the upcoming years. And finally, once we have collected all this information, the final action is to collect and write a good report, which is basically a blueprint for a comprehensive, coherent and climate resilient flyway network for the aquatic warbler. So I hope you found this interesting. This is my contact if anyone wants to be in touch with me or have any comments and suggestions. Also, if you have any questions now, maybe we can have some time.
Yes, if you have any questions, we have a bit of time to answer any questions that you may have. You can just raise your hand if there's any. Okay, so it seems like no questions. Now I have my paperwork in hand, so I will introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Antonio Guillem Avivar from Fundación Global Nature. Antonio is an environmental engineer specialized in aquatic ecotechnology with over 15 years of professional experience dedicated to nature conservation and the implementation and management of hydraulic works, both in the public and private sectors. During this time, Antonio has worked from the beginning in different companies and positions of responsibility, always with a sustainable vision, focusing his efforts on nature protection through ecosystem management and restoration. His experience has led him to participate in both national and international projects with promoters such as MITECO, the Spanish Agency for International Development Cooperation, and especially the LIFE program of the European Commission. Currently, Antonio holds the position of Wetlands Coordinator at Fundación Global Nature. So now we will move to his presentation. If I can,
Bueno, hola. Mientras Valeria va preparando la presentación, muchas gracias, Valeria. Yo también por deferencia a los amigos y compañeros del otro proyecto voy a hablar en español, creo que va a ser mejor para ellos. y nada, pues yo mi presentación es del Work Package 3 dentro del proyecto Life awom y se trata de la gestión y restauración del hábitat. Vale, bueno, antes ha estado Eduardo de Miguel aquí en la mesa de introductoria. Fundación Global Nature es una ONG que tenemos más de 30 años de experiencia trabajando en restauración de humedales y bueno, pues desde la Fundación combinamos lo que es la parte teórica con la parte práctica y gracias a este trabajo, pues en 2018 la Convención Ramsar nos premió con por el uso sostenible de los humedales. Dentro de lo que es el paquete de trabajo 3, o sea, como os he dicho, nuestro rol en el proyecto es coordinar este Work Package y bueno, pues los objetivos principales de este paquete de trabajo pues es demostrar cómo la restauración de los hábitats puede mejorar la población del carricerín cejudo, ¿vale? Está claro que bueno, pues el ver esa relación directa no va a ser fácil, pero con nuestros compañeros de Life for Aquatic World, ellos pues intentaremos estar lo más en contacto posible para ver cómo evolucionan estas poblaciones y si gracias a estos años de trabajo en la restauración de los hábitats pues vemos algún incremento o alguna variación en las poblaciones. También este Work Package tiene como objetivo informar y actualizar a las administraciones competentes pues, en materia de cómo van estas poblaciones en las diferentes áreas de la red Natura y con la información que saquemos del proyecto pues, actualizar estas fichas en las que no están incluidos el carricerín cejudo y bueno, y de paso pues que la administración también aproveche para actualizar otras especies que sean necesarias, ¿no? También lo que queremos es ver de qué forma podemos incluir las acciones de restauración en la política agraria común para que de esta forma pues tengan una continuidad. Como ha dicho Eduardo, el presupuesto que ha recibido el programa LIFE en 10 años frente a lo que recibe únicamente España en 2, pues es irrisorio, ¿no? Entonces, incluyendo estas medidas de restauración en la PAC, podemos intentar tener mayor financiación para conseguir estas acciones de restauración. Y, por último, también implementar planes de adaptación al cambio climático en zonas perilagunares. Os voy a hablar de las acciones de restauración que se van a hacer en todo el proyecto, no solo las que va a realizar Fundación Global Nature. Os voy a dar una imagen general de las acciones que vamos a utilizar durante el proyecto todos los socios. En primer lugar, pues bueno, eliminación de especies exóticas. Sabéis que producen desequilibrio en los humedales desplazando a las especies autóctonas y por lo tanto pues va a ser una acción importante la retirada de estas exóticas y la sustitución de estas exóticas por nativas, ¿no? Estas especies como el arundo donax, además de ser muy invasiva, lo que tiene es mucha demanda de agua, por lo tanto resta agua al humedal. Entonces, pues bueno, también se va a hacer bastante esfuerzo en la retirada de arundo donax. En cuanto a la gestión de la vegetación, vamos a utilizar diferentes técnicas. Pues bueno, lo que queremos es crear diferentes zonas en los humedales. Hemos hablado ya de los mosaicos, diferentes mosaicos en los humedales para, bueno, pues en este caso las siegas lo que van a permitir es la rejuvenecimiento, me he atascado, el renovar esta vegetación, retirar pues necromasa que pueda quedar en las cubetas de los humedales, y también de esta misma forma pues bueno, contribuir a que los humedales sean sumideros de carbono mediante bueno, pues el crecimiento de nueva vegetación, ¿no? Esta retirada de vegetación se va a hacer con máquinas anfibias. En el proyecto Fundación Global Nature ha comprado una nueva máquina, pero también se van a utilizar otras técnicas como pues la siega en seco mediante el triturado del carrizo. Toda esta vegetación que se retire, pues en la mayoría de los casos se va a transformar en compost, y este producto será cedido a los agricultores locales, ¿no? De esta forma lo que queremos es que se complete así un círculo como de economía circular, y que los productos que surjan de esta retirada de biomasa pues puedan ser aprovechados por los agricultores vecinos, y de esta forma pues intentar mejorar o seguir manteniendo las relaciones con ellos, que posteriormente veremos que necesitamos llevarnos bien con los agricultores, y bueno, pues es una forma que tenemos para llevar esta buena relación, ¿no? El cederles gratuitamente este producto. Una vez retirada esta vegetación, pues como os he comentado, se va a volver a plantar con especies nativas. En unos casos serán plantas nuevas y en otros casos pues serán traslocaciones. Otra manera que tenemos de la gestión de esta vegetación es mediante el control de ganado, ¿no? Los grandes herbívoros han desaparecido de nuestros humedales, y entonces pues bueno, utilizamos la ganadería como herramienta de gestión. No vale abandonar al ganado en el humedal, sino que este ganado tiene que estar controlado, y por tanto pues va a haber una experiencia de colocar collares con vallado virtual, y de esta forma pues se podrá ir gestionando el ganado en las parcelas que se decidan, ¿no? Ya hay experiencias de este tipo, pero el problema, pero en los humedales, pues esto va a ser algo pionero. Luego, en cuanto a la gestión de los recursos hídricos, esto también es muy importante. En nuestro caso, la mayoría de los humedales están alterados, no son humedales naturales, sino que están pues bueno, han sido antiguos campos de cultivo, y por lo tanto todas las infraestructuras hidráulicas que hay pues o bien necesitan un mantenimiento o bien necesitan ser retiradas, y en este caso pues se van a realizar diferentes acciones, ¿no? También lo que pretendemos con esta acción es crear, además de limpiar y mantener todos estos canales que provoquen que el agua circule de nuevo, que no se inunden zonas que cuando llueven pues no queremos que se inunden, o que se sequen zonas que queremos tener inundadas. Aparte de esto, también se van a recrear nuevos humedales, se van a hacer nuevas lagunas, lo que permitirá tener pues láminas de aguas abiertas para, además del carrizo cejudo, que sirvan para otras aves acuáticas. En cuanto a la gestión de suelo, pues lo mismo. Con nosotros lo que se pretende con esta acción es eliminar la primera capa de materia orgánica, es como si fuera un reseteo del humedal, y también con diferentes técnicas. Como veis en la fotografía de arriba, el tractor este de ruedas de hierro, pues es una técnica que se utiliza en los arrozales, y que nosotros vamos a trasladar al humedal, ¿no? De esta forma hemos visto que cuando haces un fangueo en una zona de carrizo antiguo que lleva mucho tiempo sin gestionar, una vez retirado ese carrizo, haces un fangueo y se produce una pradera de carófitos que, bueno, pues dado que las esporas están ahí desde hace tiempo y no se ha hecho una gestión de esa vegetación, pues con este tipo de técnica generamos estas praderas. Luego también se van a hacer decapados, como veis ahí en la fotografía, son acciones que conllevan de una maquinaria pesada, pero son muy efectivas para lo que es la restauración del humedal. También esa primera capa de materia orgánica que se saca con el decapado, pues también se pretende ceder a los agricultores de zonas cercanas. Y pues utilizando esta técnica también lo que se va a provocar es que, haciendo un buen diseño, ya que vamos a hacer la retirada de esta primera capa, pues con un buen diseño integrarlo en un humedal mayor y pudiendo hacer pues islas de nidificación para las aves. También vamos a generar infraestructuras verdes, ¿vale? Esto en nuestro caso, pues como puse ahí, el Plan Nacional de Adaptación al Cambio Climático promueve el uso de estas infraestructuras. Os hablo en primera persona porque yo vivo en el litoral y entonces una de las acciones que propusimos para proteger a los humedales era recuperar este primer cordón dunar y por lo tanto pues hacer trampas de arena para regenerar las dunas y pues bueno, que nos sirvieran de esta primera barrera natural para proteger los humedales. También se van a hacer filtros verdes en canales de alimentación de agua que alimenta el humedal y luego también se harán pues setos, se pondrán setos como zonas de amortiguación, pues o bien para aislar el humedal o bien para retener posible contaminación difusa que nos llegue de la agricultura. Otras medidas que son importantes a tener en cuenta pues es la revisión de los bordes de los humedales, ¿vale? Sobre todo los que tenemos con cultivos agrícolas perilagunares, porque de vez en cuando pues el agricultor no se da cuenta y pasa un año el arado y se mete un metrito, al año siguiente se vuelve a despistar y vuelve a pasar el arado otro metrito y cuando te das cuenta dices, ostras, si me faltan 10 metros de orilla de humedal, ¿no? Pues bueno, vamos a revisar los límites y también lo que queremos es delimitar zonas para protección, o sea, queremos hacer zonas de reserva, pues para evitar daños de la propia fauna o de sobrepastoreo que se pueda producir en zonas que se va a introducir ganadería. Creemos que la mejor forma de protección es comprar y por lo tanto también van a haber compras de terrenos y sobre todo pues intentaremos llegar a acuerdos de custodia en aquellas zonas donde no se pueda comprar. También hemos hablado de cambio climático y otra de las acciones que pretendemos, como hemos hablado antes, no solo nos comemos los humedales de África, sino que también nos comemos los nuestros aquí en Europa. Y entonces lo que pretendemos con esta acción es ver qué impacto están generando parcelas piloto alrededor de los humedales y de qué forma podemos generar estos planes de adaptación pues, para evitar la sobreexplotación de acuíferos o ver si de alguna forma podemos ayudar a ese agricultor a que genere o evitar totalmente, si podemos, el impacto sobre el humedal o por lo menos reducirlo. La elección de estas parcelas pues, se va a hacer mediante técnicas de teledetección, pues para ver si hay alguna que tenga mayor escorrentía y arrastre sedimentos. Bueno, los compañeros están ahí dándole vueltas a ver qué parcelas son las más adecuadas. También, como os comentaba, lo que queremos es trabajar de la mano con la Administración, darles la información de en qué zonas estamos encontrando carricerines cejudos y que no están reflejados en las fichas y además también se va a hacer prospecciones de otras zonas que puedan ser potencialmente incluidas y protegidas por las administraciones competentes. Y esto es todo. Si tenéis cualquier duda, espero que os haya interesado. Este también es mi contacto y para cualquier cosa, pues muchas gracias por la atención.
Gracias, Antonio, por presentar esta muy importante parte del proyecto. ¿Alguien tiene alguna pregunta para Antonio? Puede levantar la mano o si no, hay una pregunta.
Hello, Jarek Koguec from BirdLife Poland and Aquatic World Conservation Team. You have mentioned the intervention with the common agriculture policy is very important, and we in the breeding area in Poland and in Lithuania since nearly 20 years work with the targeted packages on agro-environmental scheme for aquatic warbler. And within the current aquatic warbler, so Life for Aquatic Warbler project, we will have soon at the end of this year the meetings about the agro-environmental schemes for this. So it will be very good to cooperate in this subject. Of course, there can be different approach on the stopover size than in the breeding areas. But we already know that what are the pitfalls and what are advantages of different approach, targeted versus flat schemes. For example, if we compare very successful Lithuanian or Polish schemes versus German one, which is very flat, and they have still now problems with proper management. And of course, agro-environmental schemes are very important for sustainability of our project. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other? Yep.
Por mí mejor, pero vaya que sí.
Well, it's easy. Hay una zona en Senegal que se pretende proteger de forma más activa. Está localizada ya, porque se ha hablado antes de zonas de paso en Marruecos, pero no habéis dicho nada sobre esa parte en Senegal. Es una zona ya
Son 300 hectáreas que están anexas al Parque Nacional de Diyu. No sé si lo pronuncio bien, pero sí, está localizado.
¿Alguna otra pregunta o comentario? No. Ok. Ahora continuamos con las otras presentaciones y me dan un minuto para poderla. Bueno, continuamos con la presentación de Award Package 4. Ahora cambio a inglés. This presentation will be done by a colleague, Amélie Tagou. Amélie is the Communications Officer of Wetlands International Europe. With a background in journalism, she specialized in European politics through a master's degree at the Institute of European Studies in Brussels. Driven by a passion for political change and environmental conservation, she started her career in communications 5 years ago, gaining experience with the Green Political Group, human rights and environmental organizations. So, Amélie, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Buenos días a todos. Hi everyone, I'm speaking English. So as Valeria mentioned, I work together with her and Chris and Ruba in Wetlands International Europe. So I will not present the organization, as I think it has already been well presented since this morning. I will go straight to the point and present you our communication. But first of all, I like to start with a metaphor. I think communication is the visible face of the iceberg, is the public image a project has, the public message a project delivers. That is why it is very important to have a communication strategy with clear objectives and defining who we are speaking to, what we are telling to these people, in which way we distribute our message, so like our visual identity, and what we do to distribute the message, meaning our activities. So let's start with the bottom, yeah? Okay. I don't know. Okay, well, I can start meanwhile. So we have three main communications objectives for our project. The first one is to raise awareness among the general public, so you, me, your sister, your grandma, anyone walking hiking in a Natura 2000 area, so general public. We want to spread information about the aquatic warbler, to showcase what awom is doing to safeguard this 14-gram migratory songbird who is like disappearing. But also we want to raise awareness on the role of Natura 2000 network and life program and what they play in the restoration project, in wetlands restoration, and how all these elements are connected. Then our second main objective is to collaborate with local stakeholders and decision makers. When I mean local, is because, as mentioned before, we are working in 5 countries, 2 continents, more than 5 languages. So local means where stakeholders implemented where the aquatic warbler stops to feed and rest in wetlands and Natura 2000 areas. So we're gonna meet these people, farmers, businesses, local politicians who are connected to this bird's habitat and trying to make them aware of our activities and collaborate with them and show them how they can support us and they can promote the project. And our third main communication objective is more internal. I like to say it's networking objectives. We want to share experience among project partners. Today we are also here with the Life for Aquatic Warbler project, our sister project. And we also create synergies with other life projects, other bird conservation projects or wetlands restoration projects, because we think it's important to share our findings and our methods. To do so, we identify 6 main group of people we want to speak to. So these are, like I said, local authorities, decision maker, EU official and decision makers, general public, local schools and university, because we're gonna raise a big pedagogical campaign, local farmer and businesses that we also call economic stakeholders, and as I said, nature conservation networks and projects. So now we have our objectives and the people we speak to, we need to know what we're gonna tell them. So what we're gonna tell them, it's what we call key messages in communications. We drafted different messages tailored to each audience to make a different storytelling adapted to who we want to speak to. I'm not gonna read them all. Also, I think I prefer to look at here. So for instance, when we'll address the general public, we will emphasize the bird itself, because I don't think anyone knows about the aquatic warbler. Like me, myself, 7 months ago, I didn't even know about this bird. So we're gonna first start from here and then emphasize the challenges this bird encounters during its migration and the importance of wetlands, and that awom aims to restore these wetlands to enable the aquatic warbler to survive. Other example, targeting economic stakeholders. We want to explain them how their activities are directly linked to wetlands and then therefore affect the aquatic warbler's migration. So we're gonna have this storytelling and tell them what action, how we can collaborate together to solve this issue. And also when we'll address European stakeholders. We'll also emphasize the fact that awom is the first multi-country LIFE project that focuses on restoring wetlands. I'm myope, so I can on restoring the aquatic warbler staging and wintering areas during its migration. Therefore, I said European, but we go far, also international, because it's a cross-continent. It's a European project, but we work across Europe, right? So these are examples of what we'll say. And how we will say this message. We need to be shown as a unique project, as a common project across country, across languages, across cultures. So that's why we need a strong visual identity, right? I think you already, you broke the suspense. I think you already saw a glimpse of our visual identity, thanks to the great work done by the FGN. Chulissimo, I like to say. So you see like our logo, our colors, but I would like to introduce you now formally our official logo. Now you can change the slide. Thanks. This is also here and here. And, but there is a story behind the logo, right? It's not just here. So I want to tell you the story, the creative process we had. So on this logo, you see the aquatic warbler flying and back, so the migration path. And it's a logo that is around and it has a lot of movement. The aquatic warbler is not straight, it's flying, because we want to symbolize the freedom in this logo. And it also has board lines and curved lines. Board lines to forecast the challenges the bird encounters during its migration, the toughness of the journey. Curved lines to show the freedom that he has flying across continent and the fluidity of the flight. Then we also have some blue to symbolize nature and the sea. All in all, we have this logo, which is a symbol of freedom, movement, and nature. And without a slogan, it wouldn't be full visual identity, right? So we also developed our sentence that is that's used in all the languages we are working on, more than 5. I thought it was 5 yesterday, but actually it's more than 5. And so we can an easy sentence that emphasizes the cross-continent collaboration and the role of wetlands. Now you can switch the slide. Thanks. So Europe and Africa working together to safeguard wetlands. And we translated it in a lot of languages. So next one, l'Europe et l'Afrique s'unissent pour protéger les zones humides. Next one, Europa y África trabajando juntos para salvaguardar los humedales. Now comes the hard part. Europa y África juntos para proteger las zonas húmedas. And then Dutch, Europa en África werken samen om wetlands te beschermen. Hope it's right. And then the new one is Catalan. Maybe Bernard, you can read it. Okay.
Europa y África trabajan unidas para proteger las zonas húmedas.
Okay, gracias. So maybe more language to come, we'll see. But it's an easy sentence to translate, and we are very happy we came up with this message. To conclude with the visual identity, we needed to have a common color palette to be easily recognizable as awom's project. So this is our official awom's color. They are inspired by the bird's color, the bird's habitat's color, overall on a sunny day, because we aim to have a positive impact. So we have the logo, the slogan, the color. When you mix all together, you have our official project banner that has been designed by our Senegalese partners. So I would like to address them a big thanks, because they could not come today, but they are here. So this is our project banner that will be appearing in all our reports, it's already in our website, all our communications assets. And we also translated it, like you can pass the next slides, like in other languages. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we also already created our official project poster that I have here. And you can grab it at the entrance. You can all take. So this poster is a really useful communication tool that we will have in each of our event activities, because it describes, like it shows the map with the red dots is where we're gonna work. And the project description, QR code to our webpage. I'm coming to this after. And then on the back side, you have description of the bird, that we think it's important to understand what we're talking about. A description of our project and of our objectives. And later on, this poster will be translated into other languages, because as I said, we work with local people, so we will translate it according to our needs. Okay. Then we also have built a web page in order to be easily visible and to have one space where every project resource and every project news is gathered. So this is our official web page. You can also scan the QR code, but you also have it here in all your tote bags. So this web page gathers, as I said, information about the project, linked to all our partners' websites, because then they're also gonna have a page on their websites in other languages. So the links are present in this page. And news and resources to download. You can, for instance, download the poster in PDF format already there. And I'm so sorry, can you come back? Yeah. So, because we are a lot of partners, we work in a lot of countries, we all have our channels, our networks, we are really trying to use the same hashtag, awom, in order to be shown, be visible as one project. So this is our official hashtag. If today you post a picture, if today you post a story, please use the hashtag, so then we know what you published. Okay. This being said, coming to the fun part, what we're gonna do with all of these to reach our audience, what activities we're gonna implement. So please, next slide. So as I said, we have a pedagogical campaign, so we're gonna develop teachers and pupils notebooks, booklets that will show information about the aquatic warblers, some drawings, some animation, and that's gonna be distributed in local schools. Together will come exhibitions, mobile ones, composed by 10 panels, and will also describe the bird and will be public, so anyone could see them, and it will also highlight the role of Natura 2000 in the project. Next slides, please. Then we'll have a long, fixed exhibition, 2 in Belgium, in Flanders, 2 in Spain around Valencia, and 2 in France around the Loire estuary. And as the mobile exhibition, they will showcase our conservation efforts, the challenges the aquatic warbler encounters during its migration, and they will be translated in local languages. Then a big part of our communication activities will be to implement 23 information signboards on project sites in the 5 countries we're working on. These will be implemented, I think, thanks to the help of a lot of volunteers who, like I think Charlotte will mention it also in her presentation. And there will be a common presentation of the project in English, and then local information about the area itself in other language. Okay, next slides. Then to target economic stakeholders, farmers, businesses, politicians, we will organize information and evening sessions to present the project objectives and to seek collaboration. And all along, we will produce audiovisual material like you already saw, but I will pass to the next slide now. We also conduct networking. As I said, we collaborate with our sister project. We'll ensure media engagement, and we'll do some briefing, site visit, and press release. So hopefully we're going to be very visible. Thank you for your attention. That's it for me. Here is my contact. And just 10 seconds after our presentations, we will take a group picture right behind on the banner. So just wanted to spread the word that please, before eating, we will take the picture. Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Amélie. It's always nice to see the tangible products that we can produce with this project as well for better outreach. If there's any questions, yep, one question.
Sorry, not question, but small correction. You know, aquatic warbler is not the rarest species in Europe. It's the rarest species in continental Europe. We should add the word continental to that because, of course, on the islands of Mediterranean or Atlantic, there are even more rare species. So just one word, please add to that.
Yes,
yes.
Well noted, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions or comments, perhaps? If not, we can move on. Again, just 1 second.
Sorry, Valeria.
Yep.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I just wanted to thank you and to add that sometimes it's really complicated to work with stakeholders or decision makers because there are some local issues. So I just wanted to insist that we need to share together some local information, some studies. For example, what I've been presented this morning was really interesting, and this kind of local papers can help us to work on our local issues. So it's really important to communicate together, and yeah, I think that we need to insist on that today. Just wanted to say that.
Thanks. Actually, it's good you mentioned. You have my contact, or you can come to me afterwards. And whenever you organize something related to the aquatic warbler, please drop me a line. So then we create a news item on the webpage, and it's going to be visible. It's very important that you raise. Thanks.
Any other? If not, we will continue. So I will present our next speaker. Her name is Mallory Lacombe. She is an ecologist specializing in biodiversity management and conservation with a master's degree in biodiversity management from the Université de Bretagne Occidentale, where she graduated top of her class. She has contributed to numerous environmental projects, including Natura 2000 management, habitat typology, and ecological restoration. Her experience spans from applied ecology to the research field. On the one hand, she worked within local authorities, such as the Department Council of Île-et-Vilaine or L'Agnon Trégor Communauté, undertaking field service, species identification, and management documents redaction notably. On the other hand, she participated in regional research-oriented conservation programs such as Life Nature Army about environmental issues in military sites and DPM about marsh depoldering. Passionate about ecological fieldwork and collaborative environmental planning, she brings a dynamic and rigorous approach to conservation challenges. Currently, she works at Breton Vivant, where she serves as the project coordinator for this project, where she combines scientific expertise with stakeholder coordination. So, Mallory, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Valeria. I just think this is not the right presentation. This is... I'm sorry. Yeah, but
Just 1 second, please. We have it now. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, thank you, Valeria, and sorry for that. So, hi to everyone. Yeah, I work in Bretagne Vivante as the leader of the work package 5. So, from the field to the desk, how to measure our actions' impact. So first, a quick presentation of our association. Bretagne Vivante was created in 1959 in Brittany. We have 4 main missions, which are knowing, nature awareness and education, protection, and activism. And a few figures for you. We are about 70 employees across the 20 branches of the association, which are in Brittany, so in France. We manage 133 nature reserves, and we have more than 4,500 volunteers in our association. So, also a quick point about the life awom. So, as the aquatic warbler is a migratory bird from Western Africa to Eastern Europe, it is beneficial to implement a cross-border program. And the completion of the aquatic warbler's life cycle depends partly on stopover sites. That's why the idea of this European program emerged, with the aim of protecting and creating stopover sites for the aquatic warbler, including the main stopover countries, so France, Spain, Portugal, and Belgium, and the main wintering country, which is Senegal. Now, why Bretagne Vivante is in the life awom? It's because Bretagne Vivante has a long-standing work on aquatic warbler, with, for instance, first live program for which Bretagne Vivante was the holder in Brittany, so from 2004 to 2009. So it was in Brittany. And Bretagne Vivante is also the animator of French species action plans. So we had the first one from 2010 to 2014, and then another one which began 3 years ago. In the life awom, we are not the only French partner. We also have other French partners, such as the ornithological group in Normandy, Maison de l'Estuaire, Association Acrola, and Tour du Vala. And Bretagne Vivante chose to stay at a coordinator scale, and we work on all work packages, and we have a lead on the work package 5, because there are strong similarities between the actions we have in the French action plan, French species action plan, and the work package 5. So, concerning now the work package 5, our principal aim is to provide insights on monitoring and evaluation of the restoration work to assess the goal achievement. So, it's important for the bird to find sites where he could feed and rest all along its flyway. And so, how do we achieve the goals? On the one hand, we have to understand and evaluate the functionality of stopover sites. Let's say the aquatic warbler must find the site, on this site, what it needs to continue its flyway. And on the other hand, we have to monitor migration using the best method, or let's say the most suitable method, to obtain more information on aquatic warbler individuals and populations. So first of all, the functionality of stopover sites. We have different metrics in this program. First, the habitat availability. As we already said, the aquatic warbler is a bird which lives in wetlands, which include lots of potentially suitable habitats, such as you see, reed beds, sedge beds, or salt marshes, or others. And the idea is to map the restoration site, especially within the life awom, so that we can assess the habitat functionality for the aquatic warbler. So how do we do that? The aim is that based on the habitat methodology that we are developing, which is basically has categories with the description of kind of habitats. Based on that, we map habitats before and after restoration work, so that the changes allow us to assess this, the effectiveness of the restoration work. You can change, thanks. Second, we have the food availability. So the aquatic warbler diet is composed of various arthropods, such as spiders, flies, butterflies, coleoptera, hemiptera, grasshoppers, dragonflies, and so on. So for a stopover site to have a great food functionality, it needs to also be a shelter for these insects and arthropods. And within the life awom, this food availability will be assessed by collecting feces of the aquatic warbler. And then we will send these feces in laboratory so that it is analyzed from environmental DNA. And based on the prey species that are identified, we will implement the most suitable entomological traps to assess the food availability on the sites. Third one is fuel accumulation rate. So basically it's about assessing the fattening of the birds. On sites where there is not enough food resources, the bird will not fatten or just a little bit. Whereas on sites where food resources are abundant, it will fatten. But this metric is a bit more difficult to measure because we need to capture again the same individual on the site because it's let's say it's a metric that is done at an individual level. So yeah, it's maybe more difficult to have the same individual captured multiple times to do the measurements each time, but yeah. And finally, the telemetry, which aim is to obtain information on aquatic warbler use of stopover sites. So formally, we had to go on sites with this kind of antennas that you can see on the photo on the left. The inconvenience was that you had to be on the site with the antenna to be able to register the species presence. Whereas now what is mainly done, and it is the case in the life awom, what will be done is that we will install antennas and nodes on the selected sites so that we have a continuous record of the aquatic warbler presence on the site. So the idea is that once this material is installed on the site, we also equip birds with little tags which are battery-powered tags and which are light-weighted tags. And so that when the bird is released, each time it goes by the site, it is recorded. So regardless of the timing, of the weather or other conditions. And these bird movements can allow us to have different results, such as habitat use, stopover duration, and it can also help us to assess the restoration work, the effectiveness of the restoration work. Some of the second part is about monitoring of the migration. So how do we best monitor the migration? There are different methods which are more or less suitable for our situation. The first one is visual tracking. The bird is brown. The habitats where it lives are mainly brown. So that's the species is difficult to detect in that, so that's not the best suitable method. And so is sound tracking, because it's more efficient on breeding sites, as the birds don't sing on migration sites, stopover sites. The third one, which works, is telemetry that I already presented to you, which will be implemented also in the life awom. And the last is ringing. which is the identification of birds by a little ring fitted on the bird's leg. So for those who don't know how it works, for ringing, bird gets caught in the mist nets, which are installed on ringing stations, and a ring is attached to its leg. So the ring has a unique number, and when the bird is released, it allows, when we capture it again on other side, whether it be on the same site, elsewhere in the country or in the world, we can identify the individual based on the unique number it has on his ring. So we can monitor the migration by doing so. Within the live awom, we will have 20 ringing stations which will be implemented, 3 in France, 15 in Spain, 1 in Portugal, and 1 in Senegal. So now, a last part about our work is how do we work concretely based on all what I presented. So the success of Work Package 5, as for other work packages, is based on the completion and realization of different deliverables and milestones that are being done during the 5 years, as you can see on the line. And for example, for this year, we will have different goals to reach. Quickly, on habitat availability, we will have to define a habitat classification methodology to, so that we can map the restoration sites before the restoration work begin. Then for food availability, we will collect feces in Spain and analyze them, and update the aquatic warbler diet in France. And we will begin discussions about entomological traps. We will also define a common protocol for fuel accumulation rates and implement a pilot experiment in Spain in the Laguna de Boada for the telemetry. And we will organize an international ringing workshop or webinar for ringing questions and stuff. And to finish my presentation, where we are today, about all the goals I just presented you, most of them are being done or will begin soon. Concerning, for example, feces collection, part of it has already been done, concerning prenuptial migration, and we will do it also on postnuptial migration so that we can analyze everything. And other actions are being done or will be coming soon, such as the pilot experiment, which is being set up and will begin in late July, for example. So thanks for your attention. And here is my contact just after. And if you have questions, don't hesitate.
Thank you, Mallory. Do you have any questions regarding this work package of monitoring and evaluation, or any comments or input that you might have? And we have one question.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And one question is, do you know if there is possible to tracking sound in migration site? Is possible this monitoring with tracking sound?
Your question is, if you ask me if it is possible to track the sound, the bird singing, that's it?
Record sound calls in this...
No, because the males sing in the breeding sites. So basically in the stopover site, they won't sing, or maybe a little bit, but that's not the best method for to monitor the bird presence on the sites.
Thank you.
Yeah, another question.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. My question, you can answer me, or even Bernard can answer me also. It's just about to know if you have noticed that the migration routes have changed a lot in the last years, specifically in the kilometers or in the time that this bird make due to climate change, for example. Yeah, I don't know if these routes take shorter time or if they move shorter distance, not to the northern countries or to the south in winter. I don't know. Yes. So it's the same.
Maybe Bernard,
Thank you.
you have more info on that.
I mean, we have experts in the room that might know much more than I do about this. But to begin with, we've just started with the project, so we haven't been analyzing anything yet. But I don't think, right, that any changes in the distribution during migration or wintering sites have changed at all, that we know at least. Yeah.
Thank you. Any more questions? There's one more, yes.
Is okay. Okay, I'm just curious. How are you going to collect feces from migrating birds? Squeezing them, or?
In fact, when the bird is caught in the mist net, we put it in like a paper bag for 5 minutes maximum. And if the bird, poops, yes, basically, we collect it, we put it in a tube, and we send it to the laboratory. So it's, in ethanol. That's it. Yeah. So yeah, and if 5 minutes the bird hasn't pooped, we release it because we're not gonna keep it forever. Like poop, please. Yeah. So yeah, that's how we do.
Thank you. Any more? I don't see any. So now we move to our last presentation. So this is a presentation on Work Package 6. Let me just change screens very quickly. Okay, now I will introduce Charlotte van den Aweland. Charlotte is a dedicated conservationist with a passion for protecting aquatic ecosystems and their biodiversity. Charlotte is involved in the awom project as both the lead of Work Package 6 and the local project coordinator for the Belgium project area, which is the Blankart, representing Natuurpunt. Her work with Natuurpunt extends to her role as project coordinator of the Life Green Valleys project, focused on the restoration and protection of river valleys and the valorization of biomass coming from management of nature areas. Prior to these roles, Charlotte gained valuable experience at the Flemish Institute of the Sea, where she contributed to the strategy to engage with stakeholders of all groups for several European projects. And beyond her professional endeavors, Charlotte is also the vice president of Felix Fonds, a small NGO dedicated to supporting the UN's Sustainable Development Goals in the north of Ghana, with a focus on providing clean water and promoting education for all. So, good.
It's on? Oh, yeah, okay. So I changed the setting a little bit because I have a lot of clickies and I think it would be a little bit complicated otherwise. So for Work Package 6, the question that we're asking is, and then what? So what we're going to do with Work Package 6, it's kind of to look at what happens after the project ends. First, I had a slide to introduce myself, but I think Valeria already did, so I will just skip it. Sorry, so yeah, I will just skip this. So work package 6, the title of this work package is Sustainability, Replication, and Exploitation of Project Results. These are all very difficult terms, I think. They're very buzzwords, maybe. So let's look at the objective of the work package. And this is to replicate, upscale, and ensure the sustainability of the project results. Let's break this down into more understandable terms. So first, we have one part of work package 6. It's to make sure that the project results have an impact after the project ends, which we can also refer to as the sustainability of the project. And on the other hand, we want to make sure that people know about the project results and that they will use what we have learned during this project. And this can be referred to as the replication and the exploitation of results. And then it is no coincidence that these are the two main tasks of work package 6. So task 6.1, it's focused on the sustainability, and task 6.2 is focused on replication and exploitation of results. So diving into the actual actions of these tasks for task 6.1, sustainability, first we will update the International Species Action Plan. This is a tool to guide conservation efforts on an international level and also a framework for the national species action plans. The first International Species Action Plan was produced almost 30 years ago, and the last update was in 2016, whereas it's recommended that this International Species Action Plan is updated every 5 to 10 years, so it's due an update. We will do this in close collaboration with the Aquatic Warbler Conservation Team, with the CMS Secretariat, the Nature Unit of the European Commission, and also our sibling project, Life for Aquatic Warbler. We will review the current International Species Action Plan. We will also review the lessons learned from this project and from the Life for Aquatic Warblers program and other projects that are dealing with the aquatic warbler. Sorry, the techniques, it's not working with me. Then the second part, it's to make or update the national species action plans for Belgium, France, and Spain. There already exists a national species action plan for the aquatic warbler, and this we will update. And then for Portugal and Senegal, we will prepare a new species action plan, because at this moment there is not one. And so the Species Action Plan will outline a set of activities to implement at the national level for the conservation of an aquatic warbler. Then also within the sustainability task, we will make an afterlife conservation plan. And this is a plan detailing how we can ensure that the results of the project will have a long-lasting impact. And this will include how we will manage our nature areas after the project ends, how we will continue the monitoring of the aquatic warbler at the different project sites, how we will continue sharing our knowledge, for example, with educational activities or preparing visitor facilities for after the project. We will also try to ensure that the results are being taken up by other organizations, and we will also look at the financial resources to be able to make this happen. And another part of the sustainability task is to upscale the valorization of management residues. During restoration works and management measures, mostly by Natuurpunt, in work package 3, there will be a lot of management residues from mowing all of the reed. In previous years, the biomass was just disposed of without processing, and this is often associated to a very high cost. According to regulation, once you cut the reed, it's considered waste, so it's very costful to do anything with this. And so now site managers are trying to use these residues in a more circular way. And I think France and Spain, they face similar problems in their sites. But before we can solve this issue and to scale up our solutions, we need to assess the different applications for these management marines. And also the site managers, they need to receive proper training. Together with Natuurinvest, which is
a nature education organization from the Flemish government, Natuurpunt wants to roll out further valorization of management residues on a larger scale based on opportunities offered by the market and policy. So Natuurpunt will investigate how we can further scale up the pilot to convert the management residues into compost for local or regional use, and what preconditions are crucial for this. The upscaling includes project partners and also stakeholders in the project, for example, farmers or potting soil companies and so on. Then the last part of the sustainability task is to strengthen volunteer engagement. Here we will work based on the example of Natuurpunt. Natuurpunt is a grassroots organization. Volunteers are from the basis of Natuurpunt since the organization was founded in the 1930s. Volunteers are closely involved in policy and implementation in all levels and areas where Natuurpunt is active, and are given the opportunity to take real responsibility. Natuurpunt has developed an extensive and well-founded volunteer policy that is strongly focused on commitment and feasibility, and to ensure that volunteer work always stays a fun thing to do. This approach is unique in Europe, and the support base of Natuurpunt counts almost 50,000 volunteers that are active on all levels of nature conservation, biodiversity, restoration, and also climate action. As part of Life awom, Natuurpunt wants to use our expertise to develop and strengthen volunteer engagement among the other project partners. And we will do this by focusing on recruitment of new volunteers, but also strengthening the relationship with existing volunteers. And we will do this by organizing workshops, training days in the field, working days in the field, and citizen science, and so on. Then onto the replication and exploitation task. The first part of this is to create a transferability and replication strategy. This is kind of a plan of action that we will write in the beginning of the project that will detail how we will make sure that the project results are shared and used by others. The objectives of this strategy are to transfer our technical knowledge, also to explore synergies with other organizations and projects, and to establish new opportunities to maximize uptake of the project results. And we will do this in very close collaboration with Work Package 4 communication. Then another part is twinning. And twinning is kind of a framework for two or more organizations to work together on predefined, mutually agreed objectives. And this will be both among, but also between project partners and also other organizations managing aquatic warbler sites, for example, organizations in Senegal and rice growing sites in Spain. Then we will also focus on scientific collaboration, where we will participate in conferences, symposia, panel discussions, so that we can present and discuss and also disseminate the goals and the results of our project. Then also we will organize some workshops, webinars, and a landing conference where we will be sharing our knowledge and exchange our experiences with a larger audience. And the landing conference, which is the final conference of the project, will be hosted or will be organized in the Blankaart in Belgium, for which I already invite you to Belgium. And then lastly, we will also be trying to stimulate uptake of results, and we will do this by sharing our the knowledge and the results on platforms such as Ecopedia, which is a Flemish knowledge sharing platform about nature, greenery, and forest management, but also the EU knowledge valorization platform, Eurosite, the Lagoons Letter, and so on. So far, up until now, we have had 6 months. We have been fine-tuning the timing of all of these activities. We have also been working on our transferability and replication strategy to define the goals and the structure of this document, and we are fine-tuning the topics of the workshops and webinars. Thank you for your attention. Here are my contact disappeared, but if you have any other questions, you can feel free to contact me.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Okay, so we're in the last segment of this session, so if there's any questions for Charlotte or for any of us in general, you can raise your hand as we have been doing before. So we have one question. Yeah.
Hi, do you already have any newsletter where NGOs interested in replicating or volunteering can find some preliminary results or some information on the actions have been taken?
I think right now we haven't been disseminating our results yet because it's very early on in the project. We will have multiple different newsletters and platforms, but I think also the website of Life awom will be a good place for finding such information.
Thank you. Sorry, and if I could add on to what Charlotte said, as she indicated, if you go to the website, so if you scan the QR code that you see in the posters or the folders, we will keep this website updated with news items that we will report on activities that have taken place. There's already currently some news articles already published in the website. That's also a good way to see what's been happening and what is coming next.
I was thinking perhaps a general question for Antonio. Among the habitat management programs, some of them will be beneficial for wetlands in general, but others will specifically remove reeds, for instance. Have you considered that some important species may find this detrimental?
Te contesto en español. por deferencia a los compañeros extranjeros. Sí, lo hemos contemplado, pero hablándolo con los gestores de las zonas donde nosotros actuamos, el balance es positivo. O sea, no solo estamos trabajando para el carricer incejudo, sino que actuamos haciendo estas siegas en zonas pues que hay mucha vegetación de años anteriores acumulada. Conservamos, o sea, no eliminamos todos los carrizales antiguos, o sea, intentamos actuar en zonas que, pues junto con los gestores, se decide que es donde debemos actuar. También ese es un consenso. Lo que tú dices, igual haces por aquí, quitas por allá, ¿no? Pero en definitiva, las reuniones que tenemos previamente se evalúa todo y todo va consensuado con los gestores. No sé si te he contestado. Sí, ok.
Is there any more questions from the audience or comments? Yes, thank you.
We add to this discussion because in breeding areas in Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, Belarus, we also mow the reeds. We get out of reeds. Of course, we make first monitoring of this area and mow this area where there are only the generalist species, and in the areas of low vegetation with sedge mires, we have this specialist, including aquatic wallberries, umbrella species for that. So, of course, reed management is very important part of management of habitats on breeding and stopover site as well.
Thank you for that comment.
Bueno, y una cosa más, que además de actuar para la especie, intentamos mejorar el hábitat. O sea, entonces, pues bueno, ya te digo que se estudian estas zonas y, bueno, pues siempre se actúa cuando no hay especies pues especialistas y actuamos siempre después de épocas de nidificación, Es decir, que bueno, pues intentamos contemplar todo el impacto posible antes de quitar esta vegetación. Pero ya te digo, el balance es positivo.
Thank you. Any more questions or comments? Yeah, thank you.
This is a general question for the panel. Do you have an idea of which could be some priority areas to search for this bird at the wintering sites? I mean, based on the prediction models, where do we have to look for this bird in the wintering period? Do we know something about this?
Yes, so thanks to different efforts, but mainly on the geolocators we've been basing, we know that which countries the species uses to winter, and also some of the wetlands within these countries. So it's, for example, Mauritania, Senegal. Then there are some potential places to the east of Africa, towards also Burkina Faso and so on, which might be of interest to visit. And the same for the African stopover sites. In Algeria and Morocco mainly, there are some interesting spots we have already identified that would be very nice to go and sample. And then we have this risk of, or this underside of political conflicts and things that might prevent us from visiting some interesting sites. But we're consulting continuously what's the word? Yeah, exactly. The situation in each of these sites, and if it's possible, then we will visit them. If it's not, then unfortunately we won't. But we know that there are many places we can visit anyway, so we'll be busy.
Yeah, we have one more question.
I just wanted maybe to highlight, maybe it's not so much as a question, but from the sibling project, Life Aquatic Wobbler project, which I think is connecting to this distribution models. Within the project, already for a few years before even implementation of a sibling project, we started to work on the development of a so-called stepping stone habitat network scenarios, where we look, I understand that in your project you will look what prediction models will define where we should look for aquatic wobblers now, so meaning that there is a good habitats for aquatic wobblers. Within our work, we developed kind of a scenario what new habitat types needs to be restored. So we were looking on the abandoned areas or the areas and analyzing which areas needs restoration, further restoration to develop the ecological connectivity between the sites and to have a network. That work has been done for Belarus, for Lithuania, for Poland, for part of Germany, and within sibling project, Life Aquatic Wobbler project, we will still improve this. And I think it would be really good to connect these works together. So where your prediction models connects with our stepping stone habitat network scenario development, which I think can really elaborate a good result also for the future strategy and also for the replication, sustainability, looking into the further vision, what further needs to be done to restore the connectivity of the breeding sites and stopover sites and so on.
Yeah, thank you very much for your comment. And that's actually the stepping stone model that you're talking about is basically what we want to do with the flyway network analysis and connectivities. And I guess then we'll see if there are some too long distances or places with a gap without good quality stopover sites or things like this. And then with these results, we can maybe also help with trying to to indicate which places should be rewilded and conserved, managed.
Thank you very much. I just would like to go back to the questions from Borja about whether we know where the most important breeding areas. And thanks to the activities of the aquatic warbler conservation team and the previous life projects on the breeding areas, we know that the inner Niger Delta, Mali, is an extremely important area for these species. Unfortunately, in this project, we had to compromise because of the security situation in the Sahel countries, so we are not able to address the most important wintering sites. But we are focusing on the Senegal River Delta, the Juge, which has been considered before that the most important sites. And we are also trying to address, Martin has highlighted in his presentation that in northern Morocco, Algeria, there are very important sites. And with our sibling projects, we are also considering to put together additional funding applications for expanding the work in Africa to address the staging and wintering areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Szabos. Any other questions or comments? Or I think we are 1 minute away from lunchtime, so I think now is a good time to stop. And firstly, I want to thank my colleagues here at the table. I think, or I hope that you can tell that we're all very excited and eager that we're starting this project. And thank you for coming. And I hope that you can walk away with a better idea of what we are trying to achieve with this project. So thank you for attending, and again, if you have any questions, you can contact any of us. You can reach out to me, and we'll be happy to provide any information that you might want. So thank you to everyone, and now we can break for lunch, but I think we want to take a picture first. So just 2 more minutes, and then you can go to lunch. So thank you.